Enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Chairman Kurt wants to take calls today because, Doug, Wednesdays historically on the show have been phone call Wednesdays.
I don't know if it's a good idea. The phone lines in general are poison.
314-974-0101. Jackson's dossier says Jamie Rivers will be with us, the 101 ESPN St. Louis Blues interview, 8:15. Blues and Penguins. And, Doug, you want to break down the Cardinals and Marlins from yesterday?
Well, it didn't go very well for our Redbirds again. The pitching, not good. The hitting, okay yesterday.
Nice.
But, what was it? Fetty got lit up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got lit up bad.
Game's right on in the monitor here, 101 ESPN in St. Louis, Missouri.
You'd like to enjoy it again.
Gave up 6 hits.
Jackson's
7
getting
hits,
frustrated
6
that the
runs in
YouTube's
4
not
innings.
coming on, and he's about ready to throw the remote across the studio. That's about what's going to
Nah,
happen.
YouTube's fine. It's the middle TV that's really frustrating.
What's going on with the middle TV? Doug, there are 3 TVs.
I see them.
One remote controls 2 TVs, so you try fixing one and it ruins the other. It's very frustrating, but I'm getting to it.
Okay.
Jackson's in a good headspace, Martin. That's my read.
Yeah, you seem good, buddy. I'm always good. I'm
Now he's defensive. All I said was you're in a good mood.
What's
wrong?
I'm not like ever like truly in a bad headspace.
Don't say headspace.
All right, fair enough.
Did you get another haircut?
Oh, you got a fade?
Oh, it looks like
Like
it's
2
even
in 2
shorter.
weeks?
It looks like it's even shorter than before.
I feel like the Dizzle, Rob D, would go to get a haircut every week. Is that kind of a Claves thing, too, that they would just go to the barber shop?
I do it every other day with little hairs everywhere.
You do it at home?
Oh, it's brutal. It's the worst.
Are you being serious? Are you like
100%. Yeah,
stubble?
well, yeah, I mean, there's no hair. So I just got to trim my shrubs. Your thoughts on trimming shrubs?
It goes pretty-
314-974-0101.
Pretty quickly, though, doesn't it? You just run the razor over your head
but
real
it's
fast?
still the clippers, but it's still an unnecessary process that male pattern baldness has brought into my life.
You don't seem that happy about it.
Well, it's been going on for a while, and if I would have just kept taking Propecia, a finasteride, which Jackson's now taking.
And I took for a week, maybe, to be
Down in spring
I
training.
accidentally took. Did not cure the headache.
Then I'd have a full head of hair. Who has the best hair in this room? It might be Doug.
Might be
Well,
Doug.
But
I don't know a lot about KG's.
mechanically altered.
I don't know a lot about KG's
Yeah, but it
hair.
counts.
You got a lot going on there.
When I get that sea salt spray going, I'm walking in tall cotton.
Are you really? Yeah.
Kind of got a Sinead O'Connor look, and in a good way. In a good way.
Well, it's not easy to grow hair when you get older.
Let's talk about it. I guess we are.
Well, I mean, so I'm in conversations, Doug, with the place that went or that you went to get this wonderful hair transplant, right? I mean, that's the proper terminology.
Sure. St. Louis hair restoration.
I was telling you boys this during the commercial break. I've been shaving my head since 2005, 2006. My wife and I have been together for 18 years, I guess, 16 years. And she has not seen me with the full head of hair. And I said, they're interested in giving me a hair transplant. It would probably take 2 or 3 times. I don't know if I really want to do it because all I've had is a shaved head. I kind of don't really care. But then at the same time, as Doug says, you'll never regret having the option of having the hair. So I'm going back and forth on doing it. That's the thing. And I know plenty of people do it. And then if you have hair, you take for granted that you have hair. You didn't have to experience what I describe as the trauma of losing your hair, starting to lose your hair, basically in your late teens. That's what I had it going on. And then I go and start taking Propecia at the age of 20.
And does the Propecia kick
It
in?
keeps your hair.
It keeps what you have.
absolutely
Does it add on or no?
No, I don't think it adds on, but it just
kinda
you just hold
stops
serve.
the-
Absolutely, that's a real thing. But Martin, once you start taking it, you can never stop. Little Jackie Papers here will be all in the ground, and he'll be 85 years old, and he'll be taking his Propecia every
Where
day.
are my pills, honey? Your heart medicine? No, my hair.
That's
But
right.
it's not 100%. I mean, I took it for years. It didn't help me much.
Oh, is that right? But
Yeah.
I think it's more of a crown thing. Yours was
Yeah.
more of a
It's
frontal
definitely crown.
receding thing.
Yeah.
And
But
now you
I'm
got the
still-
hair transplant. You look like Billy D. Williams.
Well, I don't think I look a whole lot like Billy D. Williams.
That's the last comp I would have come up with.
John Lithgow, maybe.
Billy D. Williams. He's pretty smooth. Was it King Cobra, Doug, that he was always selling?
I don't know the movie.
I like
Your
those
favorite malt
commercials.
liquors,
Oh,
Billy D.
movie.
Williams advertised.
I thought you were talking about a movie.
314-974-0101. And you're also welcome to text into the program, 314-399-9646. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10:50. And that is how you can participate in this program, in addition to our friends in the YouTube chat, which is sponsored by Michelob Ultra. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. And here we are, and there are already more than 100 people just hanging out and talking it over, including the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer. Doug.
Stop huffing the fumes.
Canucks lost again last night. That team is on a downward spiral. They only have a game in hand over the Blues now, and only a point, or tied with the Blues, excuse me. Calgary is a point up on the Blues, and guess who's playing tonight?
Calgary and Vancouver.
That's right.
Yes. And one of them is going to get 2 points. So the Blues will either be 3 points behind Calgary or 2 points behind Vancouver or 2 points behind both of them.
What you don't want is a 3-point game, Doug. You don't want every one of them getting a point, picking up a point.
I think you want Vancouver to win the game.
Because you also play Vancouver.
That's correct.
I kind of went full Douglas this morning.
You went and looked at the schedule.
I was staring at it, and I darn near memorized it.
Oh, did you?
Yes. I looked at a stretch where I was like, well, if they could go 6-2. I looked at the clock at 6:20. I'm like, I'm memorizing the Blues schedule. God. That's what happens when you get groomed by the rights holders.
The Blues are 7-1-2 in their last 10 games, and they're still not there yet in the playoffs. So that's probably going to take that again for the next 10.
Doug, those points in October really come back to bite you in April.
Boy, that's well said. Yeah. Holy smokes.
Got to get those points. But they're right there. The games matter,
points
which is
are
fun.
precious.
And then look at the overall standing. Look how good the Caps are. And then you go, wow, wait a minute. The Blues just beat the Caps. Look how good the Winnipeg Jets are. Should have beat them in regulation. So there are times when you look at this team and say, not going anywhere. And then you see them play, and you're like, I don't know.
They've beaten Toronto a couple times this year.
You could just get
another good team. And now they've got
that's a toughie.
They got Pittsburgh, who's a lousy team. One of the worst in the league. So you would hope they could pick up 2 points.
Minnesota's fading a little bit. You could beat the Ducks. You could beat Nashville. Vancouver's here a week from Thursday.
Wonder what could happen if they could just get hot.
Yeah, they could win a baby, right?
They sure could.
Blues and Penguins tomorrow, but a game for Blues fans to monitor tonight. The Flames and the Canucks. Jamie Rivers with us at 8:15, giving us his perspective on the festivities. That is coming your way in about an hour. Design Air Heating and Cooling is the sponsor of our email today, online at designairservice.com. How wonderful is this weather right now, Doug? Do something about it.
Well, it's just perfect.
What'd you do with it yesterday?
It's the kind of weather that if it was like this all the time, we couldn't afford to live here.
People would flock here?
Yeah, it'd be San Diego. I sat on my back porch. That's what I did. Wow. I sat there.
Did you read?
I didn't read anything. I just kind of looked into the abyss.
I sat there and stared.
Put up a bird feeder, and I waited for birds to come by to see if
you're so freaking old.
Yeah, it did feel like an old man thing to do. I had a little blanket over my legs.
Were you drinking Country Time lemonade?
Have any onset dementia or anything? You're just staring out into space?
You just had
I put a bird feeder up, and I wanted to see if the birds were going to go to it.
That's real? So you put a bird feeder up and then had a set?
I thought that might be a bluff as well. I was just going to see what he did on the turn.
Yeah, and then just had a set. Just kind of sat there. And
well, I mean, not all day, but this was like a half hour, 45 minutes.
It was a beautiful day yesterday.
Yeah.
What'd you do with it, Jackson? Since Doug's answer was startling.
So jealous.
I live a fast life.
I know.
Don't try to keep up.
I know. I went to the driving range.
Family golf?
I did not go to family golf.
Way to support the sponsors.
Because you heard the kids are screaming and stuff.
Were you worried about my children? That would be an understandable answer, actually.
Tell the guy talking. I was there.
I'm truly in no man's land when it comes to driving ranges. Like, nothing, like, kind of all over the 20 minutes from, 3 or 4 different driving ranges.
What's wrong with, was St. Louis, are they working on that?
Yeah. They were.
Jackson, of course, has been a member at St. Louis Country Club since birth.
Sometimes they have
Tower T for you is not too far,
right? So that's like part of the 20-minute desert I'm in.
20-minute desert.
You're in Brentwood.
You're in a golf desert. There used to be a grocery desert. Now there's a golf
course
desert.
is not in the desert, but driving ranges. Because Ruth Park is just now starting to. They changed their driving range. They're doing construction on it.
Well, that seems like it'd be a lot farther than Tower T.
No,
Ruth Park.
You are
shoot straight down Brentwood.
You're off base there,
fella.
And you can always play with 4 other friends too.
Sit on the back porch
fun.
and stare at those birds, buddy. That's what that sounded like.
No, I'm like 20 minutes from a bunch of different driving ranges. Wow. And St. Louis was having, you know how sometimes they'll have like driver demos on the range? They were having a needlepoint belt demo.
Oh, from the self-made stay-at-home Laduma?
Yeah, she's trying a different model.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Here's another idea. They have a driving range at Forest Park.
But now if I'm going there at 3 o'clock, that means when I drive home, I'm going to be driving home in the midst of rush hour traffic 40
Well,
west.
now you're looking for reasons not to go.
Yeah. I don't like the excuses
Yeah,
if we're
boy.
going to really try to
I
start
went
to
to the
hit our
driving
irons
range.
proper distances.
I went to the driving range
And
yesterday.
did you work on something specifically? Because
Yes.
Mr. Siders, Doug, as you might be aware, Martin, I know you're new here. Mr. Siders, who defeated Jackson in the 2024 TMA Fan Page Club Championship, named after the late, great J. Randolph Jr., the Jennings, has been critical of the fact that Jackson, at 26 years old, for one more day, and then we got the big birthday party tomorrow here,
Okay.
only hits his 7-iron about 146 yards.
It's further than that.
150.
If I really goose one, it's like 155.
That's a goose.
But yes, I was working. I did half a bucket on early extension, the other half on closing the club face.
And how did it go?
Better. It's mats though, so it's take it with a grain of salt.
You hit the ball a little better than you
We'll see
really
what
did.
happens when we get on the grass.
I think it's an open-faced supination issue, Doug, and we'll diagnose that later.
The second half
in
was
the,
working
9
on
o'clock hour.
Listen to these
closing the
golf
club
nerds,
face.
Doug. Listen to these golf
But early
nerds.
extension's certainly a part of it too.
Early extension's a part of it. Doug, you want to have Jackson in your backyard and you can stare at him and watch his swing and see the club face
Might
wide
be
open?
more interesting.
What's the difference?
I'd like to set up a little net and have my own driving range in the
go.
Why
backyard.
don't you do that? You have a barn-off region.
I do have a barn off section. Yeah, I could hit in the hay bales if I don't hit one of the Clydesdales.
When I was trying to learn the game, cousin Sam gave me a VHS tape. That's how long ago it was. He said, here, watch this. This will really help. And it's a Freddie Couples tape. And I put it in the VHS machine, and I'm telling you, it's 30 minutes, and all he does is go, tempo,
Oh, his tempo.
tempo. And he just backs and they, tempo. And I'm like, that's it. The whole thing is he's just swinging, and they just keep saying, I don't even think it was his voice. Somebody with a really pleasant voice just says, tempo.
Freddie Couples.
Tempo.
Even now, I think a lot of gentlemen would love to be Freddie Couples.
Yeah, one of the best swings ever, and just effortless.
And would you call him a smooth dog?
He's kind of a smooth dog.
Yeah, I think he's a smooth dog.
Yeah.
I think Freddie
Didn't
Couples is a
Frank say
smooth
that
dog. That was
women
Arnold
love him and
Palmer. That was
men
Arnold
want to be with
Palmer.
him? Is that what Frank would say?
That's Arnold Palmer, who I think he was talking about. And he meant to say that men wanted to be with him and women wanted to be with him. And unfortunately, Doug, it came out this way.
Women wanted to be like him, and guys wanted to be with him.
And you know what? I have
may
to
not
say,
be
the
wrong.
statement's probably in part true.
I don't know.
I think Trump said it on the campaign trail. Yeah, I think.
He was talking about a different element of the king.
Okay.
And he put in 3 new simulators at Old Warson in the new pickleball clubhouse area, and they are out of this world. I would highly recommend. That's from Mr. Links.
Okay, well, we got to join.
I hate to break up the conversation. I need you all to look at Martin's camera right now.
He's like Wilson from Home Improvement.
On the other side of the fence.
All right, there we go. It was,
The other part of it
it was
is
like there
we've
for
been-
10 minutes.
We've been airing these clips on X with us discussing matters, which is great. It's
Chairman Kurt doing a wonderful job on the TMA social media. I doff my cap, Doug. Look at that. You see how I doffed
I
it?
see it, yeah.
It's great. I love the videos. It's the way of the world. But I've noticed when I'm on camera, there's a Shawshank light that just hits the side of my head that I, in fact, am now the pale because I'm just getting
Pale.
blasted with lighting. So if you could have lighting stuff. During onboarding today, I'll look into the lighting department here.
Okay.
I'm sure Coach Kiosk would love to hear a complaint about lighting.
We got a lighting issue here in the 101 ESPN studio. Design Air Heating and Cooling, that's how we got on the conversation that then now weaves back, is online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and you start to get this point in the year, take advantage of getting your air conditioning checked up for the warm weather. Looking at the forecast over the next 10 days, for those of you who will be in the St. Louis area, spring break for a lot of schools, high today, 75. And beautiful. High tomorrow, 74.
Nice.
High Friday, 75. Saturday, 63. Doug, a little cold front comes through on Sunday.
It's okay.
That's fine. You're going to be watching the final round of the players and then selection Sunday. That's a good day to be inside. And then 67 and sunny on Monday, 72 on Tuesday. How do you do?
Well, I'm doing great now.
Yeah, Design Air Heating and Cooling can make it even better. DesignAirService.com.
Oh, sorry. Feels like we're out of the woods for the really cold snow and ice.
I'm afraid to
We'll have
jinx
some
it.
other bitter days. I've been to many Cardinal games in April where I went with a winter coat, so it'll still get cold a time or two. But I don't think we're going to get the snow and ice anymore.
How about on March 27th when the Cardinals open up the 2025 World Championship campaign? I don't feel like. I think one of the days in the last few years has been really good weather for the opener, and then
one was really rainy and windy. Within the last couple of years,
yes.
Extremely windy.
Yeah.
So the way we're trending right now, I'm about 80% chance that it's going to be glorious weather, and that is only 2 weeks from tomorrow. How do you do?
Sneaking up on us.
Yeah.
So I was looking at the spring averages because the narrative, I think, after watching a lot of games, is that the offense is terrible. So I was looking for a few examples to spit out on TV to back it up. And I'm going along, and I'm like, oh, Luke and Baker, okay, 304, Contreras, 364, Victor Scott's over 300. I started saying, am I making this? A Newt's hitting 286? So, of course, what I did as a media member, I found the examples I needed to make my point.
There you go.
There you go.
And I said, Mason Wynn, 103. What's going on? Arenado's hitting $148. But there are a lot of averages that are not as bad as I thought. And then I was looking at the pitch. I'm like, I need a couple examples of guys that have just been terrible. I'm like, oh, actually, it hasn't been too bad. It hasn't been too bad.
Lisa says 2 years ago, the weather was perfect on opening day, Martin. Well, except for the fact that Marmol was in the dugout. LMAO.
Hey.
That's from Lisa. Jackson has described her since we arrived on 101 ESPN. Doug, was that January of 2022?
It was.
That she's a gem?
Mm-hmm. She's a gem. Yeah.
But doesn't like Ollie?
Tough
Does
on
not
Ollie.
Or John Mozeliak.
Yeah.
Or Mo. But I think posted a picture on X of her with Mo
Really?
in the last couple of weeks. Yeah. If it's the
Did they
same.
have a Geneva convention or something?
There was a tweet, and it was some woman named Lisa, and it was her with Mo, and I think she put like a laughy face. Like they had, at one point, they had bonded.
There's just a
let's
person
hope.
named Lisa?
Well, yeah, I don't know.
All right. I don't know either.
I think it was the same person.
Good morning, Tim. Tiger Woods is an all-time great. I followed and rooted for him forever. He has an incredible life. But has anyone in history ever effed up their life more than him? Seriously, he's won one major since the issue with his wife. It's incredible. Doug, that's Harrison's brother, Master, who usually kind of focuses on Jackson with his text, but today is focused on Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods had Achilles repair as he ruptured the Achilles tendon. You had that happen, what, like
I
17, 18
ruptured
years ago?
half of mine, and they just kind of nail it back onto the bone on your heel. You don't feel anything. There's no pain involved.
Nailing is the...
Well, stapled or nailed or pinned,
that's
whatever.
dope. Not
Is
sweeping
there a
the
hammer
pot.
involved? Little jackhammer boy?
I think they actually do hammered off some of the calcium that had grown on my heel. Because I had what looked like a golf ball growing out of the back of my heel where the calcium tries to reattach itself to the severed Achilles. But he may have had a complete Achilles tear, which is both sides of your Achilles tendon go, which is a longer recovery time.
So it was not during TGL competition that this happened?
No,
he says
he was
at home.
practicing. He has like 3 holes on his backyard on Jupiter Island where he plays.
You only have 2, of course.
I only have 2, and the carport is in the middle of the
Hazard.
It's a hazard. Yeah,
red stake.
It's red stake. And he was out there hitting balls and attempting to get ready for Augusta here in a few weeks and ruptured his tendon.
It's
so
hard
he
to
will
believe
not
you
be
could-
playing golf for, I would imagine, until 2026.
Yeah.
Hard for me to believe that all he was doing was playing golf to rupture the tendon. It usually requires some drastic, fast movement, pushing off the ground.
Yeah, well, that's how you hit the ball,
a
right?
run or something.
Well, you said he was working out, right? He said he was, and he always looks like he just got out of the gym.
Working out, I could see. Hitting a golf ball, I don't know.
Well, he used the words ramping up, so I felt like that was a sign that he was kind of doing some intense workouts.
Yeah, I mean, his bottom half has been surgically repaired time and time again.
Keep your eyes off his bottom half.
Yeah, that did come off wrong. I'm going to have to explain that to my kids.
Yeah, I guess I'm... All right, I'll self-reflect.
Take some time. Are you
I
going
don't
to
know
take
if I
some
would
time away?
necessarily agree with Harrison's brother Master that the premise of Tiger Woods is an all-time great. I followed and rooted for him forever. Has an incredible life, but has anyone in history ever effed up their life more than him? Seriously, he's won one major since the issue with his wife. I don't think I get the premise. That happened in 2009, but I don't think his lack of success in major tournaments is tied to that.
Right.
Unless is he indicating there was like a curse or a whammy put on him? You know, that since then things have trended down, And it's because of it's karma is what I think is what he's indicating is karma.
The car wreck didn't help him. Car wreck didn't help him.
Yeah, that was 2021.
Yeah.
Health stuff more so than anything.
Yeah, the back problems. He's had like 6 or 7 back surgeries.
That's what I thought. That's how I see it. Now, if you want to go through that premise, but I mean, part of the reason why he was so great in the 2000s and the late 90s was because of the fact that he was so advanced when it came to working out, and of course, just the raw talent that he had developed, and mentality. I think even more so that you pay the price for that when you get into your late 30s and 40s, and that's where he is. But yes, the car wreck in 2021
that didn't help him
because he was playing when he got here in St. Louis in 2018. Man, he cites that as kind of the moment where it became clear he could win another major, and then 6 months later, that's exactly what he did. 314-399-9646. That's how you can get involved on this program. You can also call in 314-974-0101, or you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Guys, OJ didn't do himself any favors if we're talking about downfalls. That's from the St. Charles Illini.
But OJ wasn't still active and very prominent in his sport.
He was in Naked Gun and Naked Gun 2.5.
And very good in those movies.
Tower Inferno, too?
Norgren?
But I think
he might have been.
As far as guys who are still playing and at the top of their game and fallen off, there's been a few that have done.
Yeah, I mean,
have died.
Being a billionaire pro golfer is like a far cry from an effed up life, I think.
Yeah.
But OJ's turn as a famous person may have been a little more tragic.
Yeah.
Things sort of fell apart. More drastically, I think.
More tragic for his victims than for himself.
Bourbon Bob says Nordberg. That's it. Thank you.
Nordberg.
We'll take your Naked Gun text.
I just cheated as opposed to crowdsourcing, and just typed in biggest sports downfall. Lance Armstrong, the 1986 Boston Red Sox. Roberto Duran versus Sugar Ray Leonard.
No mas.
Leonard hit Duran with a vicious right uppercut in the 8th round.
That's just losing a boxing
Yeah,
match.
I don't understand.
That's not the self-inflicted
Clubber
wound.
Lang.
Yana Novotny, Wimbledon, 1993. Doug, you were going to talk about that in the 9 o'clock hour, but I guess
Yana
here we
Novotny and I
are.
are tight.
Led the final in deciding set 4-1. She faltered on serve, double faulting with a chance to win the game.
Oh, that's not
Nobody's
what
over
we're
that.
talking about.
Nobody is over that.
Dan O'Brien, 1992 Olympic trials. You remember that? The Dan and Dave?
Dan and Dave.
Reebok
Dave and Dan, yeah.
campaign. Sepp Blatter, the FIFA president, faced accusations of corruption. Stepped down in 2015. Maria Sharapova. Nike suspended its deal with Sharapova after she tested positive for meldonium. And Michael Vick. Now, Michael Vick, I think, is a nice play.
Vick. Yeah.
He rose, he fell, and now he's rising as a head coach at Norfolk State, right?
Yeah,
Friend of the Missouri Tigers?
Yeah.
Eddie George just bounced to a new program.
Bowling Green.
Probably playing Mizzou at some point. That was kind of a
That is a
pickle
regular-
vehicle. They were always playing a Bowling Green every once in a while.
And there have been some guys whose careers got cut short just before that.
Aaron Hernandez in
you
the
thought
Texan
they were going to be
Mets, that's a good
superstars. Oscar Taveras comes to mind. Lynn Bias. These guys were going to be stars in their sport. We thought.
Yeah.
Until they did something crazy.
Mike Tyson would be a great play.
Yeah. Henry Ruggs, the wide receiver for the Raiders, former
Henry Ruggs.
Alabama's. He was driving like 120 miles an hour
Killed
and
somebody,
crashed.
right?
Yeah, killed
Yes.
somebody.
Barry Bonds fell off in terms of star power. I mean, with all of the negativity attached to him.
McGuire, too, kind of.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson.
Canadian sprinter.
And I believe there is either a documentary or a book that has just come out about how he was wrongly accused, and it destroyed his life. And I think I was listening to Andrew Marchand, the sports media critic for The Athletic, saying that it is an incredible read, and I might be going down that road. I don't really have a strong attachment to it, but if it's a fascinating story, I was about 10, 11 years old when that happened, and that would be absolutely brutal if you were innocent, and then he became a punchline after, running for Canada and losing the gold medal.
Right. How about Tanya Harding?
Tanya Harding. I don't know if she was ever at the...
She was right there among the gold medal favorites.
But she had yet to become like a household name. She became a household name, I think, because of the scandal. Right? You know what I'm saying?
And Doug always cites her fabulous spread in Penthouse.
I've never one time seen it or
Is
cited
that what
it.
you were doing on the back porch? Good, great.
Yeah, is that what you...
Just spinning through some old ones?
Right. My stack of penthouses.
Clip that off. Vince McMahon. That's texted in from the
Feels like he's
314.
emerged again. Like it's like, yeah, you're a scumbag. That's fine.
Yeah,
Here,
it's like
grab
he's
the
always
mic.
in trouble. He's always doing something.
No, God, not
Deshaun
him.
Watson.
Yeah,
He makes
that's
like
pretty good.
$40 million a year with the Browns.
But he's been shamed.
He's got
like-
that, and I mean, that's got to be one of the worst contracts in sports.
it's
going.
all guaranteed.
Well, I mean, just I recognize the cash. I mean, many of these people we're listing are not going to have to, get into HD2 radio.
Right.
Couldn't.
Yeah,
Couldn't hack.
I
Just
didn't want to
couldn't
say that.
hack
I'm
it.
glad you said it, because if I said it, people would think it's like, oh, that's arrogant. But you said the right thing.
Right.
Couldn't do HD2 radio. Thank you, sir.
As a
Thank you
coach,
for
it
the
might
mistake.
fit. Rick Pitino,
Yeah, but he's come all the way back.
he's come back, but he certainly destroyed his image there for a while.
We talked
It's
about
tough to say destroyed, though, when he's like more
but he
popular than
was
ever.
destroyed. He was coaching in Greece, I think. Right?
Destroyed has like finality to it. I think he was damaged, but I think he's come all the way back. I think the proof's in the pudding right now.
Back from Destruction, the new book. We'll talk to Rick next hour.
I guess it's semantics. You're right. He was all the way
Jackson's
back.
withdrawing his take. But Doug, this is called
Well,
guy who withdraws his take.
I
He's
was
still coaching small.
I was splitting hairs.
What schools
Stumbles
into
into withdrawal of take.
St. John's.
Okay.
Iggy is in the chat, and he says Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
It's a nice play.
Hasn't reemerged. I feel like Bill Maher's defended him a bunch.
He is fighting back against an accusation from his co-star in the film, which I still have never seen, and Jackson might get upset about this, even though it predates your birth. L.A. Confidential.
So good.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Yeah, I'm like,
Is
how
that Curtis Hanson? Is it?
and I guess the guy who was the lead in it.
Russell Crowe?
Okay, then
Was it a
co-star.
Guy Pearce type?
That's what it was.
It was one of those guys.
About a month ago, accused Kevin Spacey of being too handsy and like forcing himself on him. And then I guess he thought Kevin Spacey, who's kind of been in,
Yeah.
I don't know if he's necessarily in hiding, because he pops up and he'll speak.
Yeah.
But he did emerge and said, well, if that's the case, then why did you invite me over to your place a year later? And I don't think that he was expecting that response.
Yeah.
And then that was the end of that. Tough to make that accusation. And then the guy you thought who was in silence comes out and goes, well, you invited me over. And you go, okay, we'll talk more later. Okay.
We had a clip of Kevin Spacey. He was doing one of the circuits where you get him for 9 minutes, Doug, and then you're right up against the window, and you know that somebody's about to say, let's wrap it up.
Time to hit him with a hard one.
You're just, but he came on. He could not have been any friend there, and he starts with, Marty, my boy, how are you? Couldn't have been any friend there. So that was the drop, Marty, my boy, by Kevin Spacey. It was really a lot of fun until the scandal hit, and then it felt a little creepy.
Did he find you to be delectable?
Well, no, it was just a conversation. He was great. He said he had been to St. Louis a bunch. He had done some work for Anheuser-Busch. He's like, where are you guys at? The Del Mar Loop? He dropped some knowledge.
Oh, wow.
He could not have been any more fun as a guest. Marty, my boy. Then after a while, we're like, maybe we shouldn't play that anymore.
He was a great actor, though.
Oh, my
He was really good.
Jim Cruz has got to be up there. Never been more let down by a coach. That's from Kwame
come on.
Voyoukas IV.
Don't let me
goes
down now,
back-
Jimmy. I got
all
you
goes
beating
back to West
Louisville.
Pine. Don't let me down, Jimmy Cruz. They did win a game a year in the tournament, 13 and 14. They advanced at least one round.
And they were in it. That's the big thing. He got him there.
Well, Jimmy Cruz, don't let me down, Jimmy. I've got you beating Louisville.
See, there it was.
Jim
That's
Cruz.
what bothered Kwame Voyoukas IV.
I know we're going down a lot of different rabbit holes, but if you were ever around him, you got the sense he really didn't want to be the head coach of the Billikens. And you got that sense because he would tell you that. He would say almost constantly, Maurice Stroman and I would have a joke when we would go down to SLU, come back, getting some interviews, because they were rocking and rolling. I mean, the place was packed. They were a great
National
team.
Coach of the Year one year.
But you would come back every time, and he would always start with, guys, Rick got me to do this, and I wasn't planning on doing this. He would constantly remind you that he was retired, and Rick Majerus made him do it, talked him into it, and then he ended up running the whole thing. And I think when you looked at some of the recruiting after Majerus had passed, it kind of fit a guy who really just didn't want to be. Every time he said, hey, God, I wasn't planning on doing this. This was Rick's idea. He said that 1,000 times.
I think he wanted to be an assistant at a big program. Not the main guy, an assistant.
You know who was on that staff that I thought would kill it as a recruiter was Calbert Chaney. I mean, Indiana, player of the year, and was friends with Cruz, so was on the staff. And I thought, man, if you walk into a family's living rooms at Cal Chaney, Indiana, just a great guy, great resume, and I just thought they would just reel in talent, especially because they had that thing rolling. But I know a lot of sleep. I think if you said to Dr. Chaffetz right now, Jim Cruz, he goes, oh, my God, don't get me started, because they felt like Majerus had done all of the hard work, and then there they were. Now you just got to keep it going. And they let it just fizzle.
Well, but maybe they're coming back.
We got Gary Pinkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
How about that?
Pinkel might be able to help the SLU basketball program.
This is Gary Pinkel. Hey, Coach, yeah, we called you because we set up an appointment, an interview with you. Yeah, this is Gary Pinkel. Well, I know. We called you because you said you'd come on the show.
In the YouTube chat, Chairman Kurt, you dropped Oscar Pistorius?
Yeah.
Why don't you drop it on the program?
Oh, that's a good one. Are you having a separate show over there?
No, it's just hard. I can't see Martin's
good
face.
play.
I don't like to step on people, but
I get it.
Pistorius, I threw out Ricky Williams too. Not as big of a downfall, but the marijuana thing kind of ruined him.
He's an
There's like a
interesting interview.
4-part 30 for 30, I think, maybe, on Oscar Pistorius that I watched. It was really good.
Is he in jail? Is he? I've lost track.
He is either about to get out or he's out.
Yeah.
And that was a
Think he
developing story over the last handful of months.
Right. I think he's about to get out.
The YouTube chat is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it, and it only has 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. With the weather warm, a lot of people getting outside, perhaps playing golf. Michelob Ultra, a wonderful way to enjoy your round. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat on TMA, containing only 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra, the official sponsor of the YouTube chat. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. You're welcome to participate in the program. So many different ways to do so here on TMA, the YouTube chat, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. The Collier and Thompson phone lines, the text line at 314-399-9646, and our Design Air Heating and Cooling email. The day, the Stiefel dossier has Jamie Rivers coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett manning the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt on the Callier and Thompson phone lines and might be doing his own show in the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And honestly, coming up with Oscar Pistorius, maybe he should be doing this show. And maybe we should just go in the YouTube chat.
Well, it's not a bad idea.
Instead of Jackson's updates, can we just have a Kurt hourly YouTube update? Like what's happening?
How is it going in there today?
There's been great discussion about the fall from grace athletes, and a lot of the usuals in there. John Scores, Bill's Holes is in there.
Yeah, he's a good guy. So is Scores. Scores and Holes.
Scores and Holes.
Joe Paterno was a good one.
Wow, that's a nice play.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Read the free report. By the way, I can't see Kurt, so he's right. There is this dynamic where if he wants to talk, I'm going to talk. Can I get a rear view mirror over here? So
if you remember in The Office, Dwight Schrute, when he was nervous about Andy Bernard hitting him over the head after he found out he made him a cuckold.
That was a very specific.
Yeah, I don't recall that.
He took a spoon and taped it to the side of his computer, much like you have in front of you.
I might need to do that.
I think taking a spoon, a polished spoon, would be a good play.
Martin, get a polished spoon is essentially what you were just told.
Right.
That's a mirror.
That's your solution.
If Steve wants to get on board, they can sponsor the polished spoon.
How about Harrison's brother, Master? He just drops by, usually to attack Jackson. I mean, usually that's it could be a general attack on the show, but usually it's focused on Jackson. And it leads to people sending in a wide variety of sports downfalls. Guys, what about Prod Joe? He never fully recovered professionally after his awakening with Andy Dick, and he had to resort to parking cars. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson. You know, you can say that, but that Prod Joe runs a wonderful fantasy baseball league, Doug.
Yes, he does. He does. I thought it was the bleeding anus that was the end of his career.
How can I prevent my anus from bleeding?
Right there.
I thought it was the loss over on the east side.
Yeah, the loss to Timberfake and the TMA series of boxing matches. It was a combined issue. You know, the bleeding anus through the linen pants at Cardinals spring training was probably an alarming moment.
Didn't do him any favors.
What season is the fight with Timberfake? Because I'm not there yet.
Doug, was that 2013?
Gosh, it was a while ago.
2012, 2013? 2012, 2013?
I don't know the years, Tim.
I get tattoos of Carlos Martinez on my mama.
Did Prod Joe train for the fight?
Yes, quite a bit. And there was a series, kind of like an HBO or Showtime series, getting you ready for the fight.
Yeah,
a lot of hostility. And unfortunately, Timberfake shocked the world. And then Ryan Kelly took the belt back at a packed house at South Broadway Athletic Club. I think that was February 2017. 2017.
Well, the Rams had left, so we needed something.
We needed something.
Bring us together.
And that's what brought the community together. Get involved on the program. So many ways to do so. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can also text in 314-399-9646 and talk it over with so many different friends, including Big Blonde Dan, Dave Murray's Fro, and Chairman Kurt, who's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The position battle that is going on with the Cardinals, where they might have a clear person emerging, whereas about a month ago you wouldn't have known if the person would be on the roster. I think there's a clear one. Martin, you got the name and you go with Victor Scott is correct.
Are you doing leadoff?
No, I'm just talking about being
just an emerging name. Okay.
And Ali Marmol said this is the guy. He didn't necessarily say he's got the job, but this is what he had to say yesterday.
He's dialed in. That's the best way I can describe it. Like, you can tell when someone has spent the offseason doing nothing but preparing for their opportunity, and Victor Scott has done exactly that. Like, everything he does is with a purpose. There's intentionality behind it. You'll see him walking around with a notebook and just writing stuff down. If you have a conversation with him and he takes something from it, like, he'll just open it up right in front of you while you're talking. He's just writing down. He'll come back the next day, ask you follow-up questions on it, but he's really trying to make the most of every opportunity, and you can see it in his preparation and his style of play.
He does look like a much more confident hitter. The few at-bats I've seen in spring training, he really takes a rip up there now.
When he was with us, where he coined the phrase Youngry Birds for the 2025 club, accidentally, but nonetheless, he said just how difficult it was when he did make the roster last year and then just was brutal, you know, overmatched would be polite. And perhaps that, combined with what Ali Marmol is saying he did this offseason, has led to a guy who maybe could be somebody that would get fans excited because he is young, but he also has that speed that could bring back memories for those of us who remember the Whitey Ball style of baseball. I mean, both he and Mason Wynn has actually said he is on a mission to steal 30 bases this year.
He's got 4 bags right now, leads the team.
I enjoy the fact that he jumps in center field when he catches a fly ball.
Well, he's got swagger and personality, and this team, even when they've been good, they've been kind of boring. Yeah. I used to say the Cubs and Joe Madden, they were like blue jeans and a keg of beer, and the Cardinals were always like khakis and a scotch. You know, it was like they weren't all that exciting. And I think Victor Scott's personality and his style, I hope he can hit. He's having a great spring. He's dialed in, as Ollie would say, but I hope he's on the team. You could even hit him ninth, Doug. He could be double leadoff. You leave Wynn on the top if he can hit.
Easy guy to root for, that Victor Scott.
Yes, likable, good talker.
Yeah, and in a year where you might need some guy, like some guys where it's like
more than ever.
Yeah, like I just want some guys who I think would be fun to root for. Victor Scott would be very high up on that list.
You're a McGreevy guy.
Yeah, Michael McGreevy, world class. Victor Scott in that similar like naturally like not being friendly just for, you know, because getting paid a lot of money, like truly like naturally friendly, naturally affable. And I would say McGreevy and Victor Scott both fall in that category.
And on top of that, McGreevy, so last year he comes up, every time he pitched, he was great. And they send him back out. And now he's having a good spring. And you already know, I mean, I guess they could bump Palante, but it feels like, well, the rotation's set, Doug. Why is that? Well, we got some veteran guys that make a lot of money. And if McGreevy's really good and you're trying to bump somebody else.
This is the ultimate conundrum. Like the AAA rotation might be just as good as the Major League rotation.
But this is a franchise that wasn't afraid to fire Walt Jocketty, wasn't afraid to fire Mike Schilt. Why can't you look a guy in the face, whether it's Matz or Michaelis, and say, sorry, McGreevy's our starter?
Because it makes you look bad for signing him to a big contract. Baseball's the one sport where they play the contract instead of the talent sometimes.
I'm telling you, if McGreevy continues to pitch well in this spring and they say, well, we just don't have a spot for him in the rotation. Now, they could put him in the bullpen, but I would say he's proven in small doses last year. He is a former first-round pick. He's going to be 25 this summer. You're looking to get younger. I think he is the great litmus test to what they're truly trying to do. Because if you look at that guy and say, well, you've pitched really well, we'll find a spot on the team for you. No, find a spot in the rotation.
For the record, his numbers, he started 2 games, 7 2/3, 1.17 ERA. And not only has that been impressive, but his whip is at .78. Again, it's 7 2/3. It's spring training. I always feel like it's important to include those fun facts for no and tell. But in the 7 2/3, 4 strikeouts, no walks. Sonny Gray, it has not been good. Again, spring training. So if you want to talk about good numbers, then you can say the same thing when you're talking about bad numbers. Gray has started 2 games, and he has a 9.45 ERA and a 1.65 whip. Eric Fetty had a rough one here yesterday. He's at 6.30 through 4 games started with his ERA. Steven Matz has been out there for a total of 9 innings. He has an ERA of 3. Palante, total of 8 innings and 3 starts. He has a 9 ERA. Michaelis, 3 starts. He's at 4.15.
Fetty, not much better. Did you mention Fetty?
I did.
Yeah.
He was okay until yesterday, and then he gave up 3 home runs to those pesky Marlins. Jeff Conine's got a kid on that team.
Yeah, rake show. Griffin Conine, rake show.
Well, it would be great if they would take the best 5 starters to begin the season, but that's not usually the pattern. They take whoever's making the most money, usually. It's hard for them to sit down somebody who's making $12, $15 million a year to pitch. They just don't hardly ever do it.
And if Matt has a good spring, I guess you say, well, you've earned a spot in the rotation. Palante's been bad, but I feel like last year he was one of your best pitchers. So you're going to punish him for a couple of bad weeks in Jupiter. I just thought even last year, they were still kind of in the race. And every time McGreevy would pitch well, going back down. And he said they told him ahead of time.
And it freed him up in his head going out there.
It worked out well for him because he said, I knew no matter what, I was going back down. Hey, well, what sport, let's say in the NBA, you call a guy up and he scores 40 points. You say, can't use you again. I don't get it.
Now would be a great opportunity to trade Fetty to the Yankees from the recent starting pitching woes of injuries. That opens up that spot for McGreevy to take charge. Doug, that's from Big Worm.
Big Worm. Well, one thing you can count on is that the guys who start the season in the starting 5 rotation, it'll be a different group just a few weeks in. Somebody always gets hurt. More than one pitcher will get hurt and need time off. It happens every year. So these guys, if they're good enough, they'll get their chance.
What if Mo just came out and said, well, as soon as Matz gets hurt, we'll bump McGreevy into it? What if he just said that? What if just this last year, it's kind of like liar, liar, just says out loud everything that he's thinking?
Yeah. Liar, liar with the great Jim Carrey?
Yeah, you just say it out loud. Like, well, he'll probably blow up on his next start, and then we can put him in the bullpen. Like, just start saying
Pretty
it.
fun courthouse drama. Or not drama, but courthouse movie.
And that was with the University of Missouri's Jennifer Tilly?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Swoozie Kurtz?
Good or bad?
That's good.
Gotta be good.
Yeah, Liar Liar is good. Jim Carrey is rarely bad.
Krista Allen was very good in that film as well. Doug, you remember her from Emmanuel in Space?
I don't.
Emmanuel in Space.
I talked about that.
399-9646. You can call in with your thoughts on the series on Showtime as well. 314-974-0101. Matt's is an ass. Why is he on a team?
No, he's
Some
not.
Eric in the Central West End.
No, he's a decent guy.
Yeah, not a bad guy.
Yeah.
Sometimes if somebody pitches poorly, they also get bad character traits assigned to them.
I'm sure he's as frustrated as anybody. He wants to pitch.
Yeah, and he's been dealing with injuries so much.
Yeah, he's probably a little embarrassed that he's got this contract, which he loves, but can't go out and prove that he deserved it.
Although he's done well when coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Who cares, Doug? We're going to suck. That's from Cloyd Bigsby.
I care.
Jackson cares too.
Yeah,
I don't want them to suck.
Yeah.
It makes for a horribly long and boring summer if they suck.
That was the Ron Darling take the other night. He goes, well, in that division, you can just kind of hang around.
Yeah.
It's so true. And they're all sort of leaning on that.
Yeah, you get the feeling if they could play 500, they'd almost be in it to the end.
Yeah.
They might almost be in the wild card race all the way to the end, just if you just play 500.
I share that opinion, but I mean that's baseball now with this stupid ass postseason.
Although they did that last year and they weren't in it.
I would buy stock
if I'm
on,
not mistaken, the Diamondbacks won the same total of games when they went to the World Series 2 years ago as the Cardinals did in 2024. There is no way to get that information. 83. That's exactly right.
That information is held closely to the
They had
vest.
84 in 2023.
Oh, you're way off.
Yeah, see? John Denton has just given out his version 2 of the Cardinal roster projection. The 2 spots at catcher, everybody would know. Herrera Pages, first base. Wilson Contreras, second base. Brendan Donovan, Nolan Gorman. Shortstop, Mason Wynn. Third base, Nolan Arenado. Those would all fall in the category of obvious at this particular moment. The outfield, Doug, who do you think would be the 3 outfielders?
Newt Barr, for sure. Burleson. And probably Walker, if he can, if he's healthy enough.
And are we about a week on that week off for Walker? We're getting close. Is he listing Walker on?
He is. He's got Newt Barr, Walker, and Victor Scott. Burleson would be the DH, just for the record.
Well,
for the
Burleson will be there
clarification on it.
somewhere.
So Victor Scott, he's got making the roster and being in the outfield. Bench, look who it is. Luken Baker.
Oh, good.
Your guy.
Yeah.
The delightful gentleman.
It's about time he gets a shot. I don't know how many bats he'll
Fermin
get.
going to make it, or is it JC?
Does not have him on there. Koperniak, Gorman, Pages, Barrero would be the bench / utility.
Barrero.
There you go.
Koperniak probably the surprise.
Yeah.
Although he's 27, so either you put him on the bench in the major leagues or you probably move on. You don't have a lot of room for aging outfielders in AAA.
Starting rotation. Doug, you love a guessing game.
I do.
Give the 5 members of the Cardinals starting rotation that John Denton of MLB.com has just posted on his Twitter tweets.
Okay.
This would be like rosterology. This is
rosterology.
Sonny Gray.
Sonny Gray is in there.
Eric Fetty.
He's in there.
Miles Michaelis.
He's in there.
Steven Matz.
He's in there.
Andre Palante.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a starter at heart.
So we were just talking about McGreevy in the rotation. He isn't in there. And guess what? He isn't on the roster either.
Oh, man. Here we
Elsley,
go.
Romero, Fernandez, Liberatore, King, Roycroft, Graceffo, and Riley O'Brien.
Well, they'll hustle him up here as soon as the first guy goes down.
You're not worried about it. You're not upset about it.
Well,
This is a litmus test, I tell you.
The team they take to the first game of the season will be different than the team that's out there 2 or 3 weeks in. It always is. There'll be guys come and go. It always happens.
Can I have the bullpen again, Tim? I'm sorry, I'm taking
No
notes
problem.
here.
I'm happy to provide it. The bullpen would be Helsley, Romero, Fernandez, Liberatore, King, Roycroft, Graceffo, O'Brien.
Graceffo.
Your rotation: Gray, Palante, Fetty, Matz, Michaelis. This is John Denton doing roster projections.
It sure is a lot different than last year. This reset was really a success.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
I've got eight guys.
It's
in the bullpen.
basically the same team.
But Romero wasn't here last year, was he?
Yes.
Was Helsley here last year?
Yes.
Was
sure.
John King here last year?
Sure.
Was Liberatore here?
Yes.
Graceffo?
Yes.
Well, Riley O'Brien got hurt in, I think, day one at Dodger Stadium after making the team. Michaelis probably wasn't here last year.
He was.
Was Matz?
Yes.
Was Gray?
Yes.
Was Fetty?
Yes.
Was Palante? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, wholesale changes. What about a guy named Lars Nootbaar?
Here.
Burleson?
Here.
Walker?
Here.
Kind of here. Yeah.
Here.
And also, Martin, the entire infield, too, now that I see it.
Good morning.
So this is the reset.
The reset was losing Goldschmidt.
And Lance Lynn and Kyle Gibson and Andrew Kittredge.
And then gaining Hellman, who I did not hear listed in that.
That's interesting.
Did not hear listed.
The offseason acquisition.
That is our guy.
Everyone in AAA is aging, Doug. That's what AAA is these days. That's from the 618.
Well, everyone on Earth is aging.
Think about that.
Well, when I say aging, I mean baseball aging is you start to get to be late 20s in the minor leagues, there's a chance you're not going to make it.
Oh, baseball agent. That's like Strick saying a hockey trade.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Baseball aging. So
Yeah.
well, that's what I'm saying about McGreevy. He'll be 25 this summer.
Yeah, it's
He's
time.
not 19,
Time to do
20,
it.
21. What are we waiting for?
I guess if there is a silver lining to this reset that didn't go well, and I'm searching for this, it at least means players like Sonny Gray and Wilson Contreras and Nolan Arenado still want to be here. St. Louis is still a place where they'd rather be than get traded
Martin,
to
this
some
is your
other
tweet
team.
on Friday
Yeah,
that I
this is
couldn't
my
tell was a
tweet.
joke.
Saying things are looking up for the STL. What are you talking about? Beck's going to blow it in the playoffs. Blues are barely in. And I'm like, I was
But if it was
drinking and kidding.
if it was as
I was
hor-
drinking and kidding.
Yeah, I was drinking
that
and
could be a
kidding.
podcast.
if it was
that
as,
would be fun.
if it was as horrible as we
That's a Chuck
feared,
Marlowe vehicle.
they could say, "Sure, get me out of here. Get me the hell out of here. Send me somewhere." But they didn't.
There it is.
Arenado could have gone to
that could have been, Joe Buck's looking for those marketing slogans.
That could be it. They could have asked out, but they didn't. Arenado could have gone to a contender and didn't. Gray and Contreras.
I think that a lot of it had to do with other teams not wanting him, though.
But they had supposedly this trade to Houston.
That's correct. But then, since they traded Tucker, he thought they might not be a contender. I think he'd like to have that putt back.
Kind of like Arenado stayed, and now he saw the new county flag and wishes he'd left, okay? So there's it's all timing.
And that's a butt plug?
Sorry?
Chairman Kurt's nodding in affirmation.
Chairman Kurt, you're confirming that? Yeah, some thought it was the fleur-de-lis, but if you take a closer look.
The county has a new flag. They have a new, the logo was new a year ago, but the flag is new now.
And it didn't go over well? Is that
That's
what
right, and that's right. I will say that, the one thing for the city of St. Louis, Doug, is a proud native of Tam Avenue.
What?
Our flag might be the best in the country. Thank you.
That's a great flag.
There's my take.
Is that
City
why
flag's
Contreras
awesome.
didn't leave? Because of the flag?
Gotta ask.
Well, he liked it. He could have gone.
And I would tell you, in the last decade, you'll be hard-pressed to find a better image than Ben Bishop and Pat Maroon shaking hands at center ice following Game 7 in 2019 with the flag of the city of St. Louis skating by. What a moment it was, and what an image captured in St. Louis, the Mound City.
Mm-hmm. But this county flag is kind of a half of a sideways
butt plug.
fleur-de-lis.
You can say it. I'll say it.
It looks
People
purplish.
expect it from me. They'd be disappointed in you.
Yeah, a little phallic.
It looks like they just took the fleur-de-lis and then click and dragged,
It was a
diagonally.
click and drag?
Yeah,
Only
they're
about
like, keep
two-thirds
going.
of it.
Like the cartoonist that did Drabble took it and just kind of workshopped it.
I don't know if I know that reference.
Look at Drabble.
Drabble?
Yeah, it was a little comic strip that you would have enjoyed.
I'm sure.
It's a Cousin John vehicle.
In what way does this flag say St. Louis County?
Because of the fleur-de-lis.
That's sideways on a clip and drag?
It's. I mean, I don't want to disparage
You don't get
the
to
artist,
see the
but-
whole fleur-de-lis.
Did I hear it cost $90,000 to develop?
I don't know. But wouldn't you say maybe you put a river or two in there? That's kind of what we are.
A tribute to River to Pear,
River City.
which divides St. Louis City and county.
I guess.
Let's embrace the division.
Yes.
The Missouri River runs through much of St. Louis County, out there by Chesterfield. Got the Merrimack.
Well, instead of looking at your bird feeder this afternoon, why don't you get out your mechanical pencils, some paper?
I don't
and
have
you
a
get busy drawing.
Oh, I'm no artist, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Doug, anything can be a butt plug if you possess enough want to. That's from Possible Burner. This one's name is Possible Burner. It doesn't have the parentheses Possible Burner.
Oh, Jackson's relabeled it. Possible
He's mad.
Burner.
He is mad about it. He's going in and he's tending to it. And I have an R2-D2 that I use as a butt plug. How about that, Martin?
That's what I was looking for. I didn't care about the possible burner thing.
Martin was
That was
stunned.
What happened?
The guy said you can use anything a butt plug if you have enough determination, and I found a drop with that
I was
exact.
just trying to talk about McGreevy and the rotation. What happened?
I want him there too, but we got to talk about the flag.
Hey, your mustache is. I just got a side. It's really coming in for the birthday.
You look like Wilfred
This guy's
Brimley.
26. He does.
That's my
He'll be
spirit animal.
27 tomorrow, and I just saw a side, and I'm like, oh, I can see little shrubs coming out of your upper lip there.
Yeah. It's my Larry Bird mustache.
Yeah, you look like a Vianney sophomore.
Yep. I'm. I plan on.
Is that the look you were going for?
I was going for Larry Legend.
Oh, Larry Bird.
You got kind of a Larry. What would that be? Just kind of appearance. I'm just saying.
Vibe or persona?
Yeah, comparing somebody's looks to Larry Bird is a hell of a compliment.
Yeah, seriously.
No, maybe just the skin tone. Maybe is what it is.
Pale. Yeah. Pale.
Hey, but he kind of had that
Blue
mustache. Yeah, so it's
You're blue collar.
Yeah,
kind of a Wes Welker kind of
a gritty. Yeah,
Right. Spark plug.
guy. Would get a standing ovation at Busch Stadium.
Yeah.
Little Aaron Miles.
I feel like you could grind out maybe a slow roller to third that gets kicked.
All I can hit.
And now you're on base.
One of the worst hitters to ever draw a breath.
Doug, they were considering for the county flag images of dead malls in Jamestown, Crestwood, and Chesterfield. That's from the Hunchback of On Castle, so that's what it was going to be?
Mall graveyard.
I don't want to disparage somebody's work. I'm sure the artist worked hard on it.
Agreed.
I guess I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't see how that says St. Louis County in the slightest way.
Well, it'll fix everything.
But in fairness, do you think like the city flag says St. Louis City?
Yeah, because it's got two rivers coming together.
Okay, fair.
Okay.
Jackson looks like a young Martin Mull.
Martin.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Do you, Martin Mull, of course, really the antagonist in Picture, what did it come out last year? Mr. Mom?
1983, Mr.
Okay,
Mom.
all right.
Jerk boss.
Yeah.
Had those
the Scooter Tuner people.
And then they had
there's
like
a whoopee.
the Office Olympics, and he had to win.
Yes. Jeffrey Tambor, Michael Keaton, and Terry Garr. Terry Garr going to join us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour.
Iggy might have her number.
I feel like that was off like that was a straight to the web Hall of Famer.
St. Louis County unveiled its new flag on Tuesday morning thanks to two local artists in residency at the Kranzberg Arts Foundation. The new flag features a fresh, forward-looking interpretation of the iconic fleur-de-lis, a symbol that has long been associated with the region.
Well, then why can't we see the fleur-de-lis?
It's a modern flair on the flag.
It's like half of the fleur-de-lis.
According to the
Sideways.
press release, no, gosh, I got reloaded by Spectrum. I was reading a story. It just went away.
Good morning. Sam Page sat next to me in the green seats, and then he ordered a fruit salad. And that tells you enough about the man right there. Thanks. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
What's
Doug, if
wrong
you were
with
sitting
that?
in the green seats.
Doug would order a fruit salad. Trust me.
They got great food down there. You don't have to have fruit salad, but they got great food in those green
Fruit salad it's always like all the fruit's always wet because of the other juices from the other fruits.
Cut that off.
You know what I'm saying? Like all the strawberries are mushy.
This guy's going to be 27 tomorrow, and he's all gross up.
No, but like the strawberry are always mushy, and the melon's always mushy, and I like the fruits. I love all the fruits in the fruit salad, but I don't like them all mixed together.
It doesn't travel well.
No, I'm telling you, because of the juices.
I feel like honeydew is the great filler of the fruit salad.
It's
I
like
don't think anybody really likes likes honeydew, but yet it's always in there.
Yeah, it's like rice in a burrito. It's just it's like, oh, look how big this burrito is. Oh, it's like 90% rice.
Rice is okay.
I like this fruit salad
that's
take.
double carbs.
It came from a Sam Page observation, but I like where Jackson's going.
Yeah, no, fruit salad is good in theory, but execution always kind of
How
falls
is
flat.
this? I know Brown and Crouppen has the title sponsor.
That's right.
But how is Adderall not the presenting sponsor?
Yeah, you would think Adderall would get on board.
I just want to.
I think they're
especially
doing
after we saw its value on the program on Monday.
I don't think they're hurting for money, so I think
see a
they're
chart
good.
where we start a segment and where we end, and then at the end of the show I close out all these windows.
Yeah,
and I've got like Terry Garr's Wikipedia, Martin Mull, Adderall. I was reading about a flag and then went away. I was trying to give you guys the artist's creative.
Chairman Kurt does show notes, and he's got the flow chart in there. You'll have to take a gander.
It is very helpful, actually. The mustache is Larry Bird. I don't think it's Martin Mull at all. I just looked at pictures.
But it makes you look like a rugged individual.
I guess.
Does your lady friend like it?
She puts up with it.
Nah, my wife doesn't like the beard.
Right. We're fighting the same
but
fight.
the guys in the YouTube chat doing, you know who I'm sleeping with.
Right.
Yeah.
Who wins that argument?
You know where your bread is buttered.
I forgot that Terry Garr died in October.
Yeah, but that's what's going to make the guest booking so fun in the 9 o'clock hour.
Or to call our number at least.
Get involved on the program. So many different ways to do so. 314-974-0101. That's Chairman Kurt's phone line, which is sponsored by Collier and Thompson. Then you got the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And you can email in as well the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And, of course, the YouTube chat where so many friends have gathered to watch the program and then talk it over live. That is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program brought to you by Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. We had Ed Herman in yesterday, talked it over with him and his son, who's in town for spring break. Brown and Crouppen, committed to the St. Louis area, founded in the St. Louis area. And if you are in a spot in which you need a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want somebody who is here in the St. Louis area, who knows the legal environment? That's where Brown and Crouppen separates themselves. They have been here and committed to the St. Louis region since 1979 when they were founded. Online at brownandcrouppen.com or give them a call at 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Jackson has in the Stiefel dossier Media Wars, and I'm not sure what the Media Wars are. I'm always intrigued by that.
It's the media warring with an athlete. So less so media on media crime.
I don't want to give it away. I think I know what it is, but we'll find that out. Jamie Rivers, who has declared war on Jackson many a time, he's going to be with us at 8:15. And then you're welcome to participate in the program. So many different ways, including... We cap off the program with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:50. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program's the morning after. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Hey, a little Patriot League championship action right here on 101 ESPN this evening. It's tipping off at 6 p.m. The Navy midshipmen are taking on the American Eagles for their right to go dancing. That was another SportsCenter update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And on those Callier and Thompson phone lines is where you're going to find Jamie Rivers joining us right now here on TMA. Morning, Jamie.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good, man. What's going on? Good to be back in St. Louis, or are you missing the warm temperatures of Southern California? You can be honest with you. Right here, it's like Southern California right now anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the weather right now is just like SoCal, but I'm not going to lie. Staying at a really nice hotel right along the ocean, walking down the beach. I mean, that didn't suck, guys. I have to be honest.
That's what John Kelly was implying.
He shoved it in our faces.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, JK does that. You got to watch that with him. He gets passive aggressive.
Yeah, he was fired up. But picking up 5 or 6 points while staying in that hotel, and then considering that it happened with Parayko out, and then also the back-to-back. Then you have Fowler out. I mean, L.A. is in a downward spiral. They got to win that game. I felt like that 1 point on Saturday night, weirdly, was the most impressive of the lot, even though they picked up 2 points in the other, because you carry the momentum into this little bit of a break that you got. What was your impressions of that one, Jamie?
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like a massive victory to just get the 1 point. And like you said, it's weird to have that frame of mind, but it was a bit of a grueling road trip. Yeah, it was beautiful in Southern California. I get that. But there were lots of different elements that kind of popped up along the way. You play the same team 3 times within a week. Like, that's kind of a weird deal. They're not an easy team to play. They're a big, heavy team. You kind of had their number. At least Jordan Binnington puts on a clinic the first game in L.A., and then Joe Hofer puts on a clinic in the third period to save you. Nick Leddy finally gets that goal. I think it's massive that you were able to get that 1 point out of that last game. And I think it's the way they did it that was more impressive than anything, is the fact that they had to block shots, they had to make hits, they had to do a lot of things in order to get that 1 point. And I think that team left there feeling pretty good about themselves following that game, even though it was a loss. And now hopefully you put that to work here as you got 2 more games on the road against Pittsburgh and Minnesota.
Now we're to the point where we're doing a lot of scoreboard watching. See, Vancouver plays Calgary tonight. Those are the 2 teams just ahead of the Blues in the wild card race. Do you have your eye on one or the other team that is more likely to be the bigger threat to the Blues?
Yeah, these games kind of suck, don't they? When you got 2 teams that you're trying to catch or pass, and they both play each other. I mean, somebody's getting some points, which is always kind of a bad thing. But I would say I don't like the direction Vancouver's going in. I don't have one tell more than another, but that team seems like it's in disarray. Like all year long, the JT Miller and Elias Pettersson thing, and then they make the trade. And personally, I think they traded the wrong guy, but they still haven't been able to find their footing. It feels like every game or every post game, Rick Tocchet is kind of clashing with the media, or he's upset at his team. And just the other night, he's having to answer questions as to why he's benching 3 of his top guys. And I don't know, I feel like Vancouver's kind of slipping, and they just can't find their footing. So I think Calgary, which is a team that I believe is overachieving this year, I think they're the bigger threat in this playoff race with the Blues. They're a hardworking team. They've got that blue-collar mentality. They remind me a lot right now of the Blues, the way they're playing. So if I'm looking at either of those teams, the one that you're probably going to end up catching or trying to have to catch, by Calgary.
Jim, if you look at Colton Parayko's season, I know he's out now, the 6-week mark from a week ago, but what was he doing differently? What happened? It seemed like this was a year where any of the critics out there kind of all went away and everybody sort of embraced how good he was. What was different this year?
Oh, man, he was a monster, man. Like, we've always talked about his size, his skating ability, the way he closes out plays defensively, how he smothers players in the defensive zone, all those things. But for me, Marty, the biggest difference is the offensive side of the game that he added. Like, you watch him every single game now, and every time he's on the ice, no matter when it is, as soon as we have control of the puck, he's up the ice. He's leading the charge. He's in the offensive zone. He's down behind the net. He's down in front of the net. Like, just oozing offensive confidence. And that's something that, let's just be honest, he's never displayed that in his career. In fact, it's kind of been, I don't want to say a knock. It was kind of like in the scouting report, well, really solid defensive defenseman, and that's probably all you're going to get, you know. Good penalty kill minutes and good first-line defense. And that's Colton Parayko. Not anymore. I thought he's going to get 20 goals this year, barring that injury that he sustained while playing the LA game. And you imagine a defenseman who's a defensive defenseman, plays against the other team's top line. He's one of your first penalty killers out the door, and now he's going to score 20 goals? Like, who the hell would have saw that coming? So that, to me, is the biggest part of his game that's improved, or that he's been able to evolve, is the offensive side of it.
Last 10 games, the Blues are 7-1-2, and it feels like they may almost have to do that over the next 10 games again to get in the playoffs. You think they can possibly keep up a pace similar to that?
It sounds crazy, but yeah, I do. The vibe around this team is so different. I've been being around the team the last couple of years. Good bunch of guys, get along well, but it's like, okay, good vibe, but not a vibe where you're like, okay, this team doesn't believe they can be beat. And that's kind of the vibe that evolved on this last trip to Southern California. This team is like, no, we're just going to go win this game. Yeah, we're not losing, we're winning. And the attitude has been unbelievable. They've been galvanized, for since the Four Nations tournament, just a group that just believes they're going to get into the playoffs, that they're going to win every single game that they play, and that they can bury whoever they're playing on any given night. So, yeah, to go on runs like that again feels, wow, that's daunting a little bit. But if you take the way that they're playing stylistically, the consistency that they've been playing with, and then you look at the strength of schedule, like, it's not impossible for them to do that. And if they do go on a run of 7-1-2 over the next 10, they're going to find themselves in a pretty good spot.
Jamie, the listeners are concerned that you're either on a treadmill, juggling your phone, changing your oil. I'm just scanning a few.
Yeah, are you engaged in coitus? That's what people are thinking.
Are you in the midst of a project?
Changing my oil.
I think I made that one up.
Okay, all right.
I think the phone quality has been a little shaky at best, just to be fair.
Well, in fairness, I usually use my AirPods or earbuds to do these things, but I couldn't find them today, so I'm walking around on speakerphone, so maybe it's picking up some things in the background that...
They're concerned you're at the picnic table down in Jupiter.
Quality of my phone, I'll do better. Quite honestly, I'm going to find myself $100 for it.
Oh, there's going to be a selfie. All right. Jackson, you going to collect that?
You want to give that to Jackson?
Yeah, I take care of all collections.
Jackson's birthday tomorrow. Jamie, what are you getting him?
Listen, Ledoux boy doesn't need the $100. Okay?
Yes. He does not.
Yes. Yeah, I'll promise I'll give it away to someone who needs it.
Nice. Look at that. Look at that. That's that philanthropic nature.
Right. Well.
Jamie Rivers with us here on the program. Blues and Penguins tomorrow. You can catch it here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game 5 p.m. Puck drop 6 p.m. Catch Jamie on the Fast Lane Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Jamie, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Jamie Rivers with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. It is 8:19 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. And you are welcome to participate in the program by calling in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. By emailing in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, or by texting in 314-399-9646. That's how you can participate in the program, and you can support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is a longtime sponsor of TMA. Met him about, Doug, would you say 8 years ago? That was 2017. I was having drinks at Kirkwood Brewhouse.
Were you?
And I'm so used to when I'm out in public, usually I have security around me.
Yeah, sunglasses and your collar rolled up, so...
Yeah, and I don't
hat.
sit on phone books, so that way I'm kind of under the table.
Yeah, you look like someone's kid.
Emmanuel Lewis?
Yeah, Emmanuel Lewis, absolutely. And James Carlton still was able to recognize me despite that and said he was interested in advertising the podcast. And I said, oh, God bless. Thanks for getting on board. And then after a couple of years of working with him, I said, why am I not a client of yours? I made the switch and I realized how big of a difference it makes to be working with an insurance agent who isn't just like a friend or somebody you kind of inherited from your family. You got somebody who this is their priority, and that is why James's business has grown over the years. That's why you see 415 five-star reviews. It matters. There's a good chance your insurance went up year over year. You call James Carlton's office right now at 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net, and there is a very good chance they're going to be able to save you money. Plus, when you need them and you have to file a claim, you have an ally who takes care of it as their top priority. That is a big difference, and that's why I am a very happy James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency client. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Jackson has Media Wars for us coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct has a perfect opportunity for you to improve your home. Tax season's here, and what better way to reinvest in your home than with brand new energy-efficient windows. During Universal Windows Direct's tax time sale, you can save big while making your home more comfortable and more energy efficient. Right now, you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4? You only pay for 2. If you need 20, you only pay for 10. It is the perfect opportunity to upgrade your home without breaking the bank. And here's something that will make your wallet even happier. Pay no interest until 2030. But wait, there's more. This month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. Why wait? Take advantage of this limited time tax time sale before it is gone. Buy 2, get 2 free. No interest until 2030 and an extra $500 off. Only in March. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free home estimate today. For the last windows you'll ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Jackson said during the commercial break, I'm going to bypass Ween Wednesday today, and I'm going to play some, love-making music? Is that what you said?
Yeah, love-making music. Is that what this is?
You feeling randy today, bro?
No, it just feels like the vibe. And there's some about today.
When you're in a room with 3 other guys?
4 sometimes.
Four makes it hotter.
I say more the merrier.
With other gentlemen.
Listen, Al Green makes us all a little bit randy.
Clip that off. Jackson, deep tease of Media Wars. I think I know what it is, but I want to hear what we have. What's going on here? Doug, this is Media Wars.
Okay.
Radio Wars, a wonderful hackneyed thing that went on in like 1980s DJs.
Mm-hmm.
But now we've got Media Wars in the 2020s.
Can we get a genre? Is it radio, television? Is it cable TV?
It's television.
Copy.
Features the newest $100 Million Man.
Oh, Stephen A.
Stephen A. I'm not sure how involved or aware you guys are of the saga that's been going on between him and LeBron James.
LeBron James approached Stephen A. Smith at the Lakers game last week and chastised him about his criticism of Bronny.
Yes, his criticism of Bronny, and I believe what LeBron was most upset about was a line that Stephen A. says, like, I'm pleading with you as a father to stop doing what you're doing. And I think that's what really bothers
Kind of goes against the laws of mafia.
Yeah, and so...
You leave the family, you know.
Yeah, so...
But if he's a player in the NBA, he's kind of fair game.
But he's bringing into his parenting.
Yeah, insinuating that LeBron's fathering is the reason for all of this. And also, Bronny's not, like, playing poorly, but whatever.
What do we know what Stephen A. exactly said, or just insinuated that his parenting, like you're a bad parent by letting him be on your team? I'm sorry, I shouldn't do this to you, but anyway, so he's questioning his parenting in some.
Yeah, I mean, some people were reading some lips of LeBron's conversation with Richard Jefferson following that, basically saying, like, once he started talking about pleading as a father, that's where I was like, you got to stop. And so on Gilbert Arenas' podcast, you know, Agent Zero.
Doug, you listen to Agent Zero?
Not yet.
Yeah, no Chill Gil. They had Stephen A. was on his podcast talking about the confrontation.
You said you f***ing with my son. No, I wasn't. I was talking about you. I was talking about you. Wasn't about your son. I know he's number 55. I know he got work to do. Woo. I believe that he got potential. Yeah. I believe that he got the potential to go pro. I truly believe that. It's going to be tough, but I think he can pull it off. And by the way, I'm rooting for him. I ain't rooting against nobody. But I was talking about your ass. You did this. You the one that had us as reporters, as a league, as an NBA franchise. All of us got to sit back and be quiet and capitulate to your shit.
Come on now.
You did that. And so when I see people talking, and I'm like, oh my God, can somebody? I mean, I know I got a show, and I know I got my podcast, but I'm like, God, y'all, I'm fair. I don't give a who it is. It's you, it's you, it's you. It don't matter who it is. Damn it, I'm just meeting you. If somebody unfair to you, I'm going to be like, that's not fair. That's not fair. But when it come to me, everybody get crickets. That motherfucker Stephen A. on his own. That, respectfully, excuse my language, that's f***ed up. I'm on my own. When number one, we know I'm right. Number two, we know the perspective that I'm coming from is real and it's authentic. Number three, he set this up. Number four, all you had to do was tell me.
3 things.
Martin has 3 things.
3 things.
This is Roman numeral number 1.
Okay, we don't have
3
to do
things.
an outline for
I don't really understand what the defense was there. I didn't really follow. Number 2, the video I saw, he didn't seem as passionate as he did a couple days later on a podcast. I don't know if he was defending himself all that well while confronted. And number 3, I just don't get it.
The consensus online was that you're so passionate about this, you had the opportunity to tell him all of this while he was 3 feet in front of you.
Yes.
But now you're on podcast screaming about it.
Yes.
Keep my son's name out your mouth.
There was no physical violence this time, but
Seemed to be a little bit of head nodding when the 6'8" LeBron was in front of him.
Certainly, and understandably so. But then one could ask, maybe you shouldn't go on a podcast screaming about it.
Good morning. That was torturously unbearable. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
I agree.
Stephen A. Smith is insufferable, but so is LaFlop James. That's from the 314. Jackson, you like that name, LaFlop James?
Well, greatness really hurts people's egos. So
greatness hurts people's.
People don't like him flopping, though.
That's their excuse.
You don't think he flops?
I think he flops.
What do you think it's really about? If you say that's their excuse, then you're implying that there's an undercurrent. What would the undercurrent be?
I don't know. I don't think he flops more than anyone else.
He's not as likable a superstar as Michael Jordan.
Why is that?
Sure. He's just a little bit more brash.
I would actually argue the opposite. I think Jordan was more brash.
I think everybody loved Jordan.
I think
except
we
maybe some of his
that.
teammates that he punched in practice.
I think we romanticize that a little bit.
Well, you'd be hard
I don't know.
pressed to
I
find
wasn't
people
around.
that didn't like Michael Jordan.
I love Michael Jordan, and I love LeBron.
But at the time, everybody loved Michael. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I get that.
Not everyone loves LeBron. And Michael was cocky, for sure, and used everything as an edge. But there's something LeBron-ish that can rub people the wrong way. It's not racism, because
I'm not saying
it's a Michael LeBron thing.
I'm not saying it is. I don't know what the deal is with it.
It may have started when he left Cleveland to take my talents to Miami.
That was
all about him.
He's admitted that was a bad move on his part.
And he's outspoken politically at times, so that riles up half the audience also.
Sure. But Stephen A. had the chance to, and we don't know for sure what he said back. Maybe he held his own verbally.
Right.
He may have. It seemed a much stronger defense with a lot of F-bombs on a podcast after the fact. But I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Stephen A. will probably avoid going to Laker games here for a while. So as not to have
no capitulating.
So not to have another face-to-face meeting.
I just don't get it. I mean, Stephen A. was on ESPN 20 years ago, had the show, and seemed to be, a solid member of ESPN. Was it Takey School? When did he just explode? In the last 5 years? He was at Brian Burwell's funeral, sat right in front of me.
He was, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I was like, oh, it's Stephen A. Smith.
That was 2014.
And I'm like, oh, it's Stephen A. But it wasn't like, oh, my God. And now he is massive in popularity and following. And it just kind of happened, and maybe social media and YouTube and podcasts were perfect for him. I don't know what happened.
I have to tell you, I've never really thought about it. I didn't realize that I remember seeing Jay Adonde, maybe Bill Roden at Burwell's funeral. But yeah, you're right. If it were to happen now and he were to be there,
whoa, Stephen A.
Even though it's not necessarily stuff that I can consume, but I recognize that he wouldn't be making what he's making if he didn't have a following. It strikes me more as like obvious theatrics, and so that kind of I don't want to say it bores me, but I don't really find. I like what I consider to be an honest conversation, even if I disagree with it. And if it's WWE-esque, that just doesn't really get me going. I would rather watch WWE than watching somebody act like they're upset about something or act like they care about something or make something up to fit a particular narrative. That's where I'm coming from.
When you like to see his career arc, though, like when did it was it the Skip Bayless vehicle, those two just sit there and that all kind of opened the door? Maybe even he figured out, God, if I just sit here and argue about stupid crap all day, people will get into it and people will watch.
I think that's a big part of it, yeah.
He's a showman, and people notice him. It's the old Howard Cosell theory. Love me or hate me, just don't be neutral.
Right.
Have an opinion one way or the other is better than people saying, yeah, he's just another guy. And he's not. He's loud, and he's obnoxious, and he's funny, and he's dramatic, and he's all that rolled into one.
He is funny.
So he stands out.
I find Stephen A. to be quite...
So you find him entertaining?
Yes, but
I think your age group too really enjoys.
Right,
Stephen
but I don't think
is that right? Really?
I think it's kind of a younger thing.
But we don't
really.
But I don't view him. I can't speak for an entire generation. But I can tell you, like
you
for me,
can't speak for the entire generation. Then
I try not to, but I can try. I think that I don't view him as a sports analyst. I view him as an entertainer, and as an entertainer, I think it's funny. I think it's like playing a character.
Right.
But I don't think he represents himself as that. But that's kind of how I think I view him, and I think a lot of people my age, or at least maybe just not my age, but a lot of people view him that way, as simply an entertainer. Some people probably view him as a sports analyst, for sure. I mean, he's analyzing sport. There's no doubt about it. But
But is he doing it sincerely, or is
No,
he
I
doing
don't
it as a
believe so.
showman?
I think he's doing it as a showman.
So then I get into, and this is more of a macro conversation, but if somebody is talking about things that are actually real and then manipulating the facts or their opinions as a show person, I think that has downside.
Yes, agreed.
But I'm not going to be able to control it, and I don't really, in the whole scheme of things, care. So therefore, Doug, it goes back to this. Take a listen to this. Some people like some things, and some people don't like other things.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
No.
But will his political takes be as nuanced as that was, with the theatrics and the swear words?
Well, I've listened to him. I watched him on Bill Maher. Martin, I feel like you're a
I've seen some of
consumer.
that. Yeah.
He was on maybe about a month ago. And it's one of those things that if you don't pay attention, because it sounds good and he doesn't stumble when he talks, and then he uses inflection and passion, that if you don't know any better, you'd go, ooh, this guy's good. But what he's saying is, dime store political analysis, just with being delivered in a passionate and authoritative manner. So it doesn't really resonate for me. It's kind of like Triple H addressing people on Netflix. Yeah, it works from a theater standpoint, but again, we're just playing games.
Yeah.
Games people play.
Yeah.
Spinners?
And it certainly works if you're making $20 million a year doing it.
Yeah.
It's working. He gets the clicks. He gets the clicks. He gets the views. And I stumbled into my own take. I think it was him and Skip Bayless, and it opened his eyes like, man, if I just argue about it and act like I really care and act like an idiot, people will pay attention.
Well, about a decade ago, Doug and I discovered that was the model. We call it the FS1 model, and so Doug just began to scream about things.
I did for a while.
He still hasn't gotten the call from his agent saying that they're ready for him, but I like it. You can pretty much present any particular sports take, and Doug will get worked up about it.
You can scream about it. I tried it for about a week, and I'm still here. Phone never rang.
Play like Tim.
See?
There.
How about that? That's my ability to analyze golf match play, and that really worked Doug up.
Think the Four Fox would not let you out of your deal? Is that the thing? Maybe that's what
Well,
it was.
they knew they had a valuable property there. They didn't want to let it go.
Maybe in this town song. What about that? That's
Tim
where I was
tried it.
trying it. Yeah,
Yep.
you can't go. That's a crowd pleaser.
Is that you?
Oh, yeah.
I never knew that. I thought that was Fesco. I swear to you, I really did.
That was a crowd pleaser. Talk about the best fans. Give a Kroenke line. Media in this town saw. It's a Mount Rushmore of St. Louis crowd pleasers. Yep. Yeah, I'll play the hits for you if you need them.
I kind of have a Jackson dossier mindbender.
Jackson Stiefel dossier mindbender.
Is the media in St. Louis soft just because it's a bunch of boobs? A collection. Just a collection. No, I'm saying.
This might lead to actual media wars.
As defined by the people who are upset with the media. Not defined.
Okay, what market would they say the media is tough enough?
Well, no, but I'm saying. Is it just
kind of like what baseball fan base thinks their owner spends enough?
Well, much like Jackson's dossier mindbenders, this has a few commas in it, and it takes up half the page
clauses.
just to look impressive. So hang with me. So is it just a collection of nitwits, that just happen to be in the St. Louis market, or is the presentation and the less than harsh critique a reflection of what the audience prefers? In other words,
I got to tell you, I like this.
In other words, in New York, if you don't get on the radio and say, this guy sucks, ship him out tomorrow, you better be pitching in Norfolk, pal, we'll take a break.
Yeah, you got to do that in New York, Boston, Philadelphia.
And people
probably
listening
DC.
going, you're damn right, you tell him, Vinny. And then in St. Louis, they'd be like, I don't know, this is getting old. Okay, we get it. Send him back to Memphis. You said that yesterday. So the appetite, what the audience, I think that's sort of a great conundrum, as Jackson would say.
I agree with you. I also think, in part, even though if you look around media in general now, I do think because, just to be blunt, compensation has gone down for the most part. It's certainly, obviously, you talk about Stephen A. Smith. I guess it's more top-heavy now, but the floor is lower. So many people want to get into it. It's a passion industry, and so therefore compensation can be low because you don't want this? Fine. There's 50 other people who aren't going to impact our bottom line. And by the way, I totally support that as a capitalist. How can you not? But sometimes people allow feelings to get into play if somebody isn't delivering return on investment. And guess what, Doug? I don't have them.
You don't have feelings?
I don't. Okay. So I think it dilutes the pool, but then you also have this market being in particularly provincial. And so more often than not, take a look at the three of us. All grew up here. All grew up cheering for, take your pick of whatever teams. Obviously, we've had different NFL teams, but the Cardinals and Blues. And I think that is probably a higher percentage in St. Louis versus other markets. So I think that contributes to it. But it'd be misguided to say that's the entirety, because I think you're right, Martin. I think that more often that's what people want. Like in New York, they want the loud criticism. And in St. Louis, it's not necessarily that way. Now, there are exceptions to that. Personally, my favorite in the market was Joe Strauss. And I don't say that because he's gone and we turned somebody who's passed away into a god posthumously. I loved it when it was going on, because he presented a case. It wasn't popular. He didn't care that it wasn't popular, and then he would back it up. I didn't think he was acting like we're talking about with take Smiths, and I thought that was refreshing for a market that didn't really get that, or he didn't make it personal, and that to me is tired as hell. He made the observations, and it might upset people, but this is what he thought, and I thought that was outstanding, both in the Post-Dispatch and on the radio.
I thought a great example of its humor, but it also had a point behind it. He would refer to Ballpark Village, which was the great promise, and he called it Lake DeWitt because it was just a parking lot with rubble,
saturated rain,
and it had a rain
with a bunch of rain
puddle. And I know Bill III did not find it amusing that it was called. He said, "I see it out my window every day." Came off the recession of 2008. Whatever, we don't have to revisit the whole timeline. But that was a Strauss-ism of late. And it was a cutting comment kind of saying, what are we doing here? Let's go. But it was kind of funny at the same time, but it had a message behind it. But I remember saying, I said something on the air kind of pointing out that McGuire could be less than friend. I don't think I called. I might even said, oh, the jerk. I said something. I was young, and I just said something flippant on the air. And the assistant news director came down the hall and said, I don't think people want to hear you talking like that. And I said, like what? He said, well, calling McGuire a jerk on TV is not cool with the audience. And I said, but it was related. It was something that happened where he was snipping. I said, I don't have to be a jerk. I made an offhand comment. And it struck me, like, it is interesting. Like, you do what you feel you should do, be yourself. But how often do you say, I got to reflect what the market wants, too? It opened, and she was from New York, which is what was really amazing. Mm-hmm. So I think that is a great Jackson dossier mind bender. Oh. Are we a bunch of boobs, Tim, Doug, or are we a reflection of what the market wants?
I think it's the latter. I think St. Louis and the Midwest in general is a little softer and maybe a little bit more polite than what you'd see certainly in the Northeast.
Like the BFib group,
yeah. They don't want a lot of confrontation and people yelling and screaming, and it's just not the way we do it, not the way we want it, I don't think.
And the media in New York is known by most people, like media around the country will tell you, like they're big cheerleaders. Like they love the Yankees. They get excited. Like Aaron Rodgers, they do cartwheels. Whereas the Philly media is just a little nastier. Remember Bill Conlon?
That's the guy I think Roland hated. When he came to St. Louis, he specifically talked about him.
And he wasn't particularly a svelte gentleman. So I think if you're an athlete, you really just couldn't stand the fact that this fella, this slovenly guy is just going to take you to task. But in Philly, there's just always been kind of more of that edge or meanness. That actually, New York got that label, and I don't think it was accurate because they do. I think in New York, sometimes they cheer in the press box.
That's true.
They love those teams, and they couldn't wait for an exciting Knicks win.
But it's not just sports. It's life in general is less tense here than it is in those cities. You don't see a lot of people in cars yelling and screaming and flipping the birds at each other and honking their horns. People are just kind of a little bit more polite here than they are in other parts of the country, I think.
Yeah, and I think, and I'd said this at the time, I think if La Russa had gone to the Mets or Yankees, it would have driven him nuts just how negative the tone was, because he would get upset here with some of the angles that were taken or criticisms. And if you'd go to New York, it would have been on a daily basis. Like, it doesn't look like you're playing so-and-so at the right position. Are you kidding me? Like he would have been exhausted with that daily, jousting.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to get away with, I guess, for lack of a better term, his. And I think he would acknowledge this. He probably did. I know you talk with him a good amount, Martin. His childlike behavior following a regular season loss in April. You know, I don't think that would have played if he were on the Yes Network live. You know what I mean? At the same time, it was just because he was an absurdly intense competitor, and so maybe people would have liked it, but he took it out on whichever one of us was like, okay, fine, I'll ask the question and get lit up tonight. You know, it's just part of the deal. You didn't take it personally, but you knew it was coming. Just because he was pissed the team lost.
If you want to see the skipper, La Russa, just explode, and it's not for air because there's a lot of F-bombs, if you Google it, Chicago White Sox, it's a post-game, A's and White Sox. And I think actually La Russa was with the A's, but they were in Chicago. And there was like a beanball war in the game. And Terry Steinbach got drilled in the head. And the reporter, they're sitting around the desk. You know, the visiting manager always has a little desk with either generic photos behind him of like a baseball or nothing behind him. And the reporter, I think Chicago reporter says, come on, be a man to La Russa because he's not answering the question. And La Russa just snaps. Hey, man, you kidding me? And like they just start screaming and yelling at each other. And then the collective media gets shoved out of the clubhouse. And the door is about to slam. And Dave Stewart sticks his head out and says, get out of here, you beep, beep. I can't play it on air. If you watch it in your cubicle, be careful. But you will laugh your rear off. Trust me. But it was Tony being pressed by the media, and he finally, when the guy says, be a man, and then that's when the skipper just snaps.
Guys, nobody yells in St. Louis. Nobody yells in St. Louis out the window because they don't want to get shot. That's from the 636.
That could happen anywhere.
I love pontificating and future Congressman Tim. Also, Martin, I've been disappointed, and now I really do believe you don't want to meet your heroes regarding Big Mac. He was a god to my generation. That's from Carlos Martinez's Twitter favorites. But I think we also would agree, and you guys covered it more than I did. I got the tail end. But he is now that he's out of the game, he couldn't be more delightful and thoughtful about the game of baseball. At least that's been my experience.
Yeah, he was great. Yeah. He came back after the confession or the steroid discussions, first with Costas, then with all of us locally. We all did one-on-ones with him via satellite when he made the admission. No, he was great. I'm saying at the time, at the height of it, he was tough to deal with. But I think after the fact, came back as the hitting coach. He was great. You just grab Mark McGwire on the field before. Yeah. Hey, Alan Craig seems to be hitting well. Oh, yeah. And they even came back with the Dodgers one year. And he was, I mean, I'm so happy for Schumacher. And he loved all those hitters. No, he was great. But at the time, he could be difficult. Sorry. I didn't see what I did there. Oh, see, that's what happens, Tim. I was unsoft, and I ruined it for somebody.
Nice.
Now I have a boo.
Oh, I'm gaslighting you.
What about that?
Please don't gaslight us.
Guys, I can't speak to the East Coast, but Southern dads use SEC message boards to hook up with other guys. Thanks. That's from Sniffing Holes.
I just don't know that they do.
Is that true?
I don't know.
Like Alabama, like with the Roll Tide board is a
I'm saying
site?
no. I'm saying no, it doesn't happen.
They're down on Kalen DeBoer, not anybody else.
Gabe. I feel that Savard and Doug tried to stir it up when they brought in Abel with that gotcha journalism that he was known for. Was it Albany that he was doing?
Albany,
gotcha?
Georgia.
That's how he made his name.
Boom. Gotcha.
You're no boob, Martin. You're the Ted Baxter of St. Louis sports. Ted Baxter was Ted Knight's character on Mary Tyler Moore, but I've never seen an episode. What did Ted Baxter do?
He was kind of an airhead.
The exaggerated anchor man who thought he was a big deal and didn't really have much of a clue.
Ron Burgundy had to be inspired by Ted Baxter for sure. He was just the local newsman. In other news, that's what he would always say, just in a deep voice. So I think it's an insult, but I'll take it.
Did anyone else get a little heated reading Schefter's tweet about Johnny Hecker? Doug?
I did.
You got heated.
I got to be honest with you. I don't know what we're talking about.
Signed with the Titans, and I was sitting at work last night. I forgot that he was still in the league.
Yeah, bookmarked it. Here's the tweet verbatim.
Oh, wow. This is the tip of the cap to the 314 who sent this in. I don't know what we're referencing here.
Four-time All-Pro punter Johnny Hecker reached an agreement today on a fully guaranteed one-year deal with Tennessee Titans. Hecker will be reunited with Titans special teams coordinator John Bones Fossil, with whom he started his NFL career within Los Angeles.
Oh, no.
Oh, he started here.
Who said it? Schefter said
That's Schefter's
that's
verbatim tweet.
Misreporting.
Yeah,
that is a mistake.
I'm telling you, I don't know if it's some edict. I have no knowledge of the situation. It feels like there's some ban on saying the word St. Louis when it comes to the
They
NFL
do seem
media.
to avoid it. And to be fair, Schefter did have his words critiqued once by a Washington Redskins executive. So I'm not ruling out that they've been told not to say it. Like the Orlando Pace speech where it was missing on the official NFL site, like when he referenced St. Louis, it just somehow got bleeped out.
The NFL being such a giant.
Correct.
I just don't like it's so trivial and petty to like really have some kind of actual strategy with regard to St. Louis, something that at this point is in 9 months a decade old.
I agree with you, but how could Schefter? That's 4 years off.
No, listen,
4 years off base.
I don't dispute. Like, how could he? I mean, but.
Bones was here on the Fisher staff, so that it all went. And I don't care; it doesn't keep me up at night, but it is weird.
Instead of saying he started with Los Angeles, he could have just said started with the Rams.
Right,
easily, yeah. That would have made sense.
He had 4 years here. Throwing passes is pretty dangerous, and they wanted to. The special teams, Doug, that you enjoyed.
Special teams. Don't forget about the
we dialed that up, and that's how we were able to close to within 15 to 12. And, of course, we lost 26 to 12, but heck,
didn't cover.
With that pass, gave us a chance to win.
And he was one of the best interviews on the team, Johnny Hecker.
He aced Red Bud number 6 at Forest Park.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Won himself a
Can
car.
you describe that hole to Doug?
It's a long par 3 on Red Bud right there off Skinker. It's going to play about $180.
Hawk is in today, so it's maybe a 190.
Yeah, as the crow flies. Now it's an interesting green, Doug. It's almost 3-tiered, which starts off as a normally flat green, dips all the way down into a fishbowl kind of, and then comes all the way back up. Pin was on the top tier that day. Really tough pin to attack. Strategic.
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
Jackson's talking about the 6th green at Red Bud at Forest Park.
Okay.
Yeah, par 3, and it's a good hole for a par 3 contest, and you're not going to see many aces, but from Johnny Hecker, who did not start his career in Los Angeles, he started in St. Louis. He did that day.
Okay. Gosh, that was an exhaustive bit of research.
2012, they brought in Hecker and Zerline, Greg the Leg, special teams, and they were here for 4 years.
Yeah, despite
John Fossa, who replaced Fisher that year, they fired him.
Yeah, he was the interim.
Doug, you're right. Those message boards do work. I met an SEC father halfway between Alabama and St. Louis at a rest stop outside of Tunica, Mississippi, and we open mouth kissed for hours. That's Grimy from South County.
I don't believe it. I don't want to believe
I
it.
just go there to read Gabe's thoughts. I didn't know that this was...
It's not happening. I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things. I guess you could write that on the message board.
Look on Yahoo Sports. All Rams players that played here don't mention St. Louis in their playing history. Been like that since before the lawsuit ruling. That's from the St. Charles Illini.
Let me put it like Aaron Donald, because he would have had a year or two here.
And it won't say St. Louis. It's got to say St.
Yeah.
How about Todd Gurley?
2014, season 2014 on Yahoo Sports, Aaron Donald is listed as playing on the LA Rams.
Really?
Yep.
Is it just a mistake?
I mean, just an odd agenda to have. You know what I mean?
It takes more work than necessary.
Right, exactly.
Like,
that's what I'm thinking.
It does. Todd Gurley on Yahoo Sports 2015, LAR.
Yep.
Doug, I'm starting to get madder than a hornet. Look at me. Look how mad I am. You ever seen anything like this?
Now, after the A's move, will their players say they started with the Las Vegas A's?
It shouldn't.
They'll say Oakland A's.
Yeah. I mean, like, a team can move. Like, a franchise can still say the Athletics or say the Rams, but the city that they play in is important.
Here's the thing, boys. Here's the thing. And I don't know if there are any other members of the former San Diego Chargers or Oakland Raiders still in the league. I would imagine there have to be. Not many, but it's been a decade there, too. But how are they represented? And then if, in fact, they are all L.A. Chargers, even though they started with the Chargers in San Diego, or Las Vegas Raiders, even though they started with Oakland, well, then I think we can present the case. Otherwise, I'm not sure I want to take this case. I want to play 36 holes today.
So
ESPN has it with St. Louis for Aaron Donald in 2014.
Right, to be fair to Tim's question, I have Phillip Rivers.
Okay.
Yahoo Sports. It's his composite of his career, starting in 2004 with LAC. LAC. So maybe it's
let's
generated.
not take the case.
Maybe it's computer generated. and it just spits out. Who's the team? Chargers. Who? Where the Chargers? Oh, they're the LA. Maybe it's just done that way with the whole AI world.
Jackson, does this make you feel better now?
No, Schefter's tweet is what actually amused me. I mean, Did
you tweet at him? Did you go after him?
No, that doesn't. That's unbecoming of me.
Well, why don't we? This is when we toughen up and we start our own media war, and we go after him.
It's just so like weird. It's so weird. And
I think it's time for Joe Buck to defend this town. Text Shefty. And fix it right quick.
Yeah, between that and John Hamm announcing the Chiefs to start out the Super Bowl,
that's got you too.
How much can my heart take?
Not much more.
I feel like Paulie Walnuts. How much more betrayal can I take?
Yeah.
Martin, we have that four-eyed kicker from Georgia kicking for our Battlehawks. Attending Battlehawks games is like going to Six Flags, just a shorter drive. Same crowd, and you always feel better about your life after you leave the game. It's from the Worst Woods Wacko. Is that their marketing campaign?
Was that Blankenship?
Yeah, Rodrigo?
Rodrigo. Former member of the Colts and the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia.
He had four-eyed, he had Coke bottle glasses, for sure.
He did. Well, he had like rec specs, like he was Kareem.
Robbie.
Guys, the Baltimore Orioles don't acknowledge the St. Louis Browns at all. Thanks. That's from the 3 and 4.
I didn't know that they were.
None of their current players actually played for the Browns.
I didn't even know that the Orioles were at one point the Browns.
Oh, nice show prep.
Well, I remember getting hell for it when I said it on Bloom Party. Low so many months ago.
Lows, you like that? Lows,
I didn't really like it.
Lows, so many months ago. Hey, if you want to podcast the program, it's Schaefer Door Company that sponsors the podcast, and they're online at schaeferdoor.com. I'm going to give Doug one chance to spell it correctly.
Schaefer. Can you use it in a sentence, please?
Man, I got a garage problem. I need Schaefer Door Company.
Nation of origin?
Germany. We've discussed this.
Wow.
I mean,
Jackson
Stewart.
was just
sorry. I want to spell it right this time.
Toughening up right before our eyes.
Schaefer, capital SCHAEF, 1F. ER.
That's
Schaefer.
right.
Okay.
Online at schaeferdoor.com. And you can call or text the number they set up specifically for TMA listeners to have the access. It's 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. So if you have an issue with your garage door, go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text that number specific for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door, sponsor of our podcast here on 101 ESPN. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Doug Al Green and Marvin Gaye from this Jackson Burkett on the verge of his 27th birthday. Yeah. And Jackson, we have all kinds of basketball surprises lined up for you. Martin, Doug, and I got together and booked legends in the game of basketball for your birthday, for you to interview.
Can't wait. I was watching Blue Chips the other day. I was actually watching some of it last night, too.
Well, you just spend time just watching Blue Chips a couple times the last couple of weeks?
Just in bits and pieces.
Got it. You didn't sit down and watch it twice.
No, I didn't need to re-examine it. It's
Nick Nolte?
It's mostly just Nick Nolte holding his forehead. I would say that's about 90% of the movie. But there's some, Shaq and Penny. It's good stuff.
Shaq and Penny. If I told you that Larry Bird was going to call in tomorrow, what would you say?
I'd be thrilled.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not, but I was curious. I was just curious what you would say.
Yeah. He's in Blue Chips. Not a great actor.
So far, we just have one of the Haley twins. I'm not sure which one, but
Sammy.
I think it is Sammy.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
okay.
We're efforting. Feel like Troy Robertson might text in.
How about Bob Pettit?
Way to set the bar high, Tim.
Bob Pettit would be awesome.
He's probably the most forgotten and not disrespected is the word, but unappreciated superstar athlete in the history of St. Louis sports.
Would agree.
Because he was about the best NBA player in the league there for a couple of years.
Yeah. I think, because the team left and because basketball's changed a good amount since then.
Have you watched that Celtic City?
Still got to watch it.
Wow,
Still
I'm surprised. And you're rewatching Blue Chips twice.
Well, then there was that, and then there was the Pacers-Bucks game last night. It was outstanding.
Oh, God.
That was outstanding. That was
grooming season.
Halliburton.
That was outstanding.
You won't
entertainment.
apologize. You won't apologize.
Not even for a second.
Even though the Canucks lost last night, helping the Blues.
I don't think I've ever watched a Canucks game in my life.
Oh, come on,
in
man.
your life?
What about in 2009 when the Blues made their charge into the postseason and faced the Sedin brothers?
Least of all then.
Darn you.
I think I'd be surprised at 2009 if I had seen a full game of hockey at that point. Oh. I was a good 11 years into life.
I can't believe what I'm listening to.
No, I don't want to hear it.
This is the truth. I
turn away.
You guys are watching non-Blues hockey during off days?
Not so much.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
I can't remember if you like this film or if you have a problem with it.
All right.
My older son, who Jackson has offered to, I said this on the podcast, I'll pay you to do it. Mm-hmm. And he said, no, I'll do it for free. Basketball. My son's gotten into basketball. I haven't explained to him genetically. He's probably doomed. But either way, maybe he'll be 6'5".
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you look at me and you think, good chance my son will be 6'5", wouldn't you?
I would think so.
Yeah, thanks.
If there's a different father.
Wow. Just
marriage vows.
Don't just soil the sanctity of my marriage vows.
I did not mean to say that.
Although it's probably 20% live. Yeah. But I said he's been watching basketball movies. Mm-hmm. Into basketball.
Sure.
And I said, I got one for you, brother. And I said, how about Hoosiers?
That's the best.
So we sat down last. I thought for some reason you had a problem with that movie. Okay.
No,
you have a problem with Field of Dreams.
Not a problem. It's a little. It's overall
sappy.
A little bit. But
you're on board with Hoosiers.
Love Hoosiers.
So we watched it last night. Started at like 7:30, and for him that's getting.
It's only like what 100 minutes probably.
It's about an hour and 45, I think, ballpark. Okay. But he loved it. I was like, I don't know if he'll get, because, he's like, what's going on with these cars?
Yeah.
He said it looks like Havana right now.
Yeah, and it's like in the 50s, but there's like 80s synthesizers playing throughout, which is kind of fun. But, I mean, it's tough to not. It's just a classic sports movie.
Budget.
You only really had to pay Gene Hackman.
Shot at Barbara Hershey's work.
She's an interesting character.
You just dismissed her.
Yeah, I noticed that right
interesting character.
$35 million.
Nowhere.
The budget for Hoosiers?
How about Dennis Hopper? He probably got something.
I guess budgets, and I'm either way too high or way too low.
$6 million.
6? Okay.
Box office 28.6. According to Wikipedia.
Okay.
Running time 115.
A lot of real college basketball players in that movie.
Minutes.
A lot of real college hoopers in there. And they got in trouble because of, but that was obviously before NIL and stuff, so they got paid for that, and they got in trouble for that.
No, that's just
worth
wrong.
Worth it, though.
Sure, and it's just wrong to
that's why
penalize people for taking a job.
Blue Chips was so interesting last night because that's the whole premise of the movie is paying players, and it's changed so dynamically over the last couple of years.
Real talk. The quiche at Old Warson is so overrated. Ugh. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
I've not had the quiche at Old Warson.
God, I like a good quiche.
I do too.
What, real men eat quiche? Remember
Not
that?
really.
I think it's the opposite, actually.
No, man,
Chairman of the board, I think, talked about that, didn't he? Doug, did the chairman of the board talk about quiche?
It's kind of a dandy little meal.
It is.
Is
but
it?
It's awfully tasty.
Oh, no, I think it's a souffle, I think, is a little more in that department.
Like
I
a
think
good
quiche is
brunch.
synonymous with a wonderful adjective that Doug just used, and I don't think we hear it enough in 2025. The word is dandy.
I like quiche.
Well,
all right,
that's
for
not
your
going to
birthday.
surprise.
It's going to be the text inbox now is just going to be, it's going to be aggressive, Jackson.
I think they'll be dropping off quiche tomorrow.
But I want the people, if
And
they're going to criticize, answer if they've ever had some quiche. And I think if they had, they wouldn't be talking out of their sideways out their mouth.
Oh,
Doug, how about this one? Sun don't shine on the same dog's ass every day, but mister, you ain't seen a ray of light since you got here. That was said by Opal Fleener.
oh, was it really?
Opal Fleener was the mother to Barbara Hershey in Hoosiers?
Yeah, Fleener. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Farmer's Almanac and such.
All right. That was the movie that Gene Hackman said, "This is terrible. I can't believe I ever did this." And then he saw the edited version. He said, "Oh my God, I can't believe what you did with that."
Yeah.
He was
Is that
stunned.
right? Is that
he
the story?
was stunned
Yes.
by how good it was because he
Yeah.
thought it was horrible when he was doing it.
Yeah. And he was out in the middle of nowhere doing it. And
Probably wasn't enjoying his time. Did they shoot that in India?
I believe, yeah. Definitely at Hinkle Fieldhouse at the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was known for being persnickety and sometimes tough to work with. And not to mention, he would certainly do some projects because maybe he wanted to add a wing to his house.
Well, they could probably all say that.
Yeah.
Sure, I'd like a few more million. I think I'll take some work.
Yeah, like Scarlett Johansson is going to be in the new Jurassic Park movie for the 15th time. And I think, maybe she just wants another vacation house.
Yeah, I don't blame
Colin
anyone
Jost.
for that. They're all
No.
working, trying to make a living.
Doug Mark Hanna sponsors the 9 o'clock hour. I've got him online at evergreenstl.com. I've got his phone number at 314-889-0503. And I've got him as a life Sherpa to take you up the mountainous terrain that is our existence.
Yeah, I remember that from yesterday.
And I've also got him texting into the program saying 27-year-old single male enjoys quiche. Oh, boy. That is Mark Hanna of
That's Mark
Evergreen
Hanna said that?
Wealth Strategies texting it into the text inbox, Jackson.
Oh, that stings.
Raises a lot of questions.
There's a slice of quiche right here. Are you eating it?
Hell no. I didn't even eat when they brought in ribs from Pappy's.
Okay, what if it's like 6 p.m.? Because I feel like that's a time thing.
I still wouldn't.
He's a meat and potatoes guy.
Thank you. Hey, let's have Tim over. We'll have some meat and potatoes.
There's probably a quiche that's mostly meat and potatoes.
Then it wouldn't be a quiche.
Why not?
If it was meat?
Doug, that's shepherd's pie. You like a shepherd's pie?
There's meat and
Mashed
quiches.
potato on top.
You can have meat and quiches. I don't mean to step on this Mark Hanna read, but
I think he feels like he's getting his money's worth.
Yeah.
314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com.
Next thing you know, Tim will do a Krispy Kreme commercial for 8 minutes.
no, I'm just like, you can have there's oftentimes meat and quiches.
Well, I don't think of meat and potatoes in a quiche.
Maybe not the potato
A
part.
quiche is what? Eggs and spinach? Is that what's in there?
That's a
We could put
version of a
anything in it,
quiche.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes custard.
Now, what's a quiche Lorraine?
Quiche Lorraine. I'm just because I like quiches, I'm not necessarily a quiche expert. Yeah.
You've been sort of pigeonholed here accidentally as the quiche expert.
I feel like people who don't like Hoosiers
really
in the text inbox.
I think
I'm not talking about Mr. Licks or the self-made stay-at-home.
They don't like
I'm
anything.
talking about people who don't like the movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Surprised. I don't know. It's pretty outstanding. I mean, a guy you can question some of Norman Dale's coaching philosophies.
Like to pass the ball 4 or 5 times?
Yeah, that's weak. And then
Just trying to get people to share the ball in practice.
Leaving the coaching job in the last moments of a game with the town drunk, that's certainly questionable. That's certainly questionable.
Yeah, that gave me an opportunity to explain to my son last night about booze and getting drunk.
Did you explain to him I got this wing dinger I wear?
You're welcome to get involved. Send in text 314-399-9646. Ben, are you choosing to do so? Boozy, you're asking if you're blocked. No, you're not. We just don't read every single text. You know, you can't read. That's why Chairman Kurt, filters the designer, heating, cooling. Everything doesn't get through. I don't think Chairman Kurt has a personal agenda. He puts on what he thinks is best for the show. We read the texts that we think are best for the program. So just because you text in, it doesn't mean you get it read. No. But Jackson will save your name, but he won't do it again until April 1st. He won't do it again until
a Tuesday.
I
thought this was a call-in Wednesday. We didn't do a single call.
No, I know Stewie wants to talk it over, so we're going to talk it over with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. You can call in as well, 314-974-0101. This is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here talking about Stewart's American Mortgage. Stewie gives out his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. If you're looking to buy a home, refinance, or sell a home. And Stewie joins us right now with information on inflation reports. Stewie, what do you got?
Well, the February inflation report came down lower, 2.8%. So softening inflation, this is good for mortgage rates. Now, if you got a mortgage in the last 24 months, chances are good you're paying a higher rate. Refinance now, there's no closing costs at all. We don't roll it in, nothing. Bagel loan, Bagel looks like what number, Tim?
0, Doug.
0. So nothing's added, nothing's rolled in. Other lenders say, yeah, he's doing the Bagel loan, but he's rolling in fees. No, nothing gets rolled in, nothing. So take the opportunity, refinance now, get a lower rate. If rates go down later, you can always do it again. But you know as well as I know, this is a strange world. If you don't take advantage with the window of opportunity, this can bounce right back up tomorrow. So take advantage now, refinance. Let's see what we can do for you. Save you $100, $200 a month on the payment. You'll be way ahead of the game.
There it is. That's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage, 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Thanks, Stewie.
Have a great day, guys.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Pacers defeat the Bucks last night, 115-114. Tyrese Halliburton with the shot of the year, 4-point play to secure the win for the Pacers. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, you got your request played.
This was not my request.
Okay, I got bad information.
Oh, Jeremiah never hurt anybody.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna with a scathing text on Jackson and his love of quiche. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email they did tomorrow. A big birthday show for little Jackie Papers, turning 27. How's 27 feel to you?
It's like the first time where I feel like, man, 20s are kind of running out. You know?
27 is supposed to be your prime athletic year.
I feel like I'm in my prime.
They say baseball players a year 27, that's when they're supposed to be at their very best.
I feel like I'm in my prime.
Do you?
Coming into
the same thing. You were on to Cincinnati.
Coming into
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
There's Bill Belichick following a blowout against the Chiefs on Monday Night Football, Doug. Is that right?
I don't know.
Coach, you just lost a difficult game there at the final seconds there. Could you tell us what went through? We're already on to next week.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, the game just ended. The game just ended. We've moved on.
We told people today's a big phone call Wednesday. Maybe we'll do it on Thursday for the birthday wishes for you. Wouldn't that be nice to hear from the listeners?
I would love to hear from the listeners.
314-974-0101. And Mr. Licks is leading things off this segment here on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Good morning, Mr. Licks.
Hey, good morning, Tim.
Morning, Licks.
What about the rest of us?
Jackson, who's number 27 on the Blues?
Who's number 27 on the Blues? Tyler Tucker.
No.
Okay.
Is that the whole phone call? Is that it?
Hey, no, I've got several points to get to.
Okay. Well, who is it?
So,
who's 27?
I'm not going to tell you. Look it up.
Okay.
So they've got prebiotics and postbiotics, but what about like during biotics?
Isn't that just existing?
Well, yeah, my wife didn't like that joke either.
No, we didn't care for
it. Hey, Harrison's brother Master, did he text in that he was on the 40 under 40 list at some point?
Somebody did. I don't recall which texter it was.
I think it was Harrison's brother Master.
So, does that mean he's like a senior account representative at Edward Jones, or what?
Is that the qualification?
I don't know. It'd be a good job, though.
There isn't even a 27 on the Blues. I was duped.
What is that? I mean, for real, like, is that an accomplishment in St. Louis, or what?
To have a management job with...
I think he's talking about that he texted in to brag that he was on the 40 under 40 list.
Oh.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's probably a nice little list to be on.
Well, isn't it? Don't they just give it to like whoever sponsors the business show the most?
I don't know. I don't know.
Wasn't that why there's like 5 Edward Jones, 5 Enterprise, like every single year?
Possibly, maybe. I don't know.
Well, sometimes when you scroll through that list, you're like, well, what did they do? Did they increase sales last year by 17%? And so you go on the 40 under 40?
I don't know.
Hey, I do like that friendly chicken, though.
I get like someone like Sam Altman. Like, so I think St. Louis needs like 3 under 50. That's like how much we produce.
3 under 50 list. Okay.
I just don't know. We have 40. Like, do we have 40, 50 life-changing, like world business-changing people every single year?
Well, world-changing? Probably not.
Yes, but this is July.
But big-time contributors to the St. Louis economy? Sure.
We're big in the gift card industry. It's a little wheeling dealing, Dougie. Who's your big man? Big man, here's what you do. Give me $400, Doug. I'll give you $200 back. Here's the deal. Is that a good deal?
That's an entrepreneurial venture.
Not bad.
I'll throw in a gift card.
All right. Is this over?
I tell you what, if you've ever lived in a house with 2 dishwashers and then you have to go live in a house with 1 dishwasher, it's like hell on earth.
Oh, I bet it's tough. Yeah. Tough.
Well, what happened? You went from having 2 to you having 1? What happened?
Well, sometimes the vacation home only has 1, and it gets you, and you're just like, oh my God, this is. Now I know why my wife complains, like when she's doing all of that stuff. Like, I don't know. That wasn't supposed to be a sexist joke. That's just natural. That's how we operate.
And I feel like Licks and I always get a little sideways, but I just like to be honest with the listeners. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody's call get 100% negative approval, but I think you've accomplished that.
Are you getting turned on by this?
The one-on-one audience doesn't appreciate what I tend to say. Like maybe on HT2, I had 3% approval rating. And
Horny Baker just said you're the GOAT. Wait, I take it back. Horny Baker just said Licks is the GOAT. There you go. There's one.
What's up, Horny Baker? I bet he's 12th floor at Stiefel.
Well,
12th floor
be another nice
sponsor
job.
of the dossier.
Probably doing very well.
And you would think that right now, like in a dark time for sports where there's nothing going on, like the Blues suck, the Cardinals, they don't have a single good player. It sucks to think about. And we don't have NFL, we don't have NBA, no one watches the MLS. And yet the show crushes it every morning because of the host of this show, Tim McKernan.
Perfect, Tim. Holy audiologist.
You almost broke your gong, bro.
Tim's perfect. TP. Tim perfect. McKernan stuff.
Are you finished or is there more?
The last thing, I don't know if I wasn't listening, but I texted in. Sometimes I do that. I don't know if it was read, but I'll tell you what, they've got this new clubhouse by the pickleball courts at Old Warson, and they put in 3 new state-of-the-art simulators that just opened up yesterday, first day, and they are out of this world.
You haven't
like
been there. You're not a member. You're not a member.
I didn't say I was a member.
Well, how did you get in there then?
And by the way, whoever it was Sheridan Clayton, which I don't know where she gets off saying some of the things she does, but someone said like, oh, you shouldn't have cash right now. Right now, you should be sitting on stockpiles of cash. You heard Stewie say inflation was 2.8%. It's a great time to be in cash right now because the markets are down and the yields are down on bonds. Like, it's a good time to be in cash. You can dabble in wherever you want to. Jackson, there's a lot of feedback that I've been fighting through this entire call.
Well, pardon the hell out of us.
So, and is Jackson still there?
Yes, he's here.
Yeah,
he's tuned you out.
Kind of like he's watching the Halliburton show.
I think he's a little bit like the audience, kind of checked out.
I couldn't be more locked in.
Tim Perfect McKernan is really locked in.
That's fair. I guess that's sort of all I had. By the way, Southwest, great job trimming the fat. I mean, that's going to make the skies a lot nicer if you have to go public with the airfare.
Gosh.
The other thing, last thing I'll say is I went to the zoo on Sunday. Worst day to go. First good day. Of course, my wife thinks it's a great idea. Let's go to the zoo. And here's a pro tip. If it's ever crowded, just go to high ground because the fats can't get up there.
So kind of like in a flood situation, if it's crowded, you go to high ground because people who are heavier, they can't get up the hills like a zoo?
Like tigers and zebras are.
Yes, you go to the big cat area.
Yeah, it is high ground.
And the people who are heavier don't see that because they can't get up the hill?
They concede and they just go into the snake house that's right there on midway up that slope and air conditioning.
Cool down in the snake house, yeah.
Yeah, that's the best tip you've given so far today.
Okay.
High ground.
Well, I'll end on a high note.
And number 27 for the record would still be Alex Pietrangelo last I checked, but he plays for another team.
Yeah, he's with Edmonton. That's correct, of course.
When did that happen?
That was an unfortunate balloon party moment when Jackson mentioned that Pietrangelo was with the Oil.
Yes.
Lick's, always great to hear from you. Thank you so much for the call.
Thanks, Tim. I hope you're able to golf a lot this week.
Thank you.
Gosh.
Doug, have you had a chance to check out the new simulators or old website?
I haven't. No, I don't belong there.
Hasn't this new audience figured out that Licks is 100% dependent on his father-in-law? Major fraud, as exposed by Wellington calling him out about Aspen. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, Doug. They've been sideways for years.
Well, I don't think we can get those two at the table.
Licks spends more time at Heiny Miney than the zoo or Old Horse, and that's from Dale in Grubville. There are people who hang out at Heiny Miney
when the's no games or anything going on.
Wrangle up the dogs.
They just try to get a beer there if the concession stand might be open.
Just have a funnel cake.
Yeah, same kind of rules apply with Six Flags. Like if you make that bolt for the back of the park first, I think you're going to find it's a little more open.
Because you're a little more fleet.
Yeah. The Batman always has the longest line. No correlation with the fact that it's closest to the entrance.
Because the Fats can't get up there.
Oh. Yeah.
Gosh. That'd be quite a few of them at Six Flags.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at approximately 10:50 on today's program. And get involved by calling in like Mr. Licks did, 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA 101 ESPN. What are you doing for your birthday, Jackson?
Obviously, Mizzou will play their first round, their first game in the SEC tournament that night.
Mississippi State or LSU.
Yeah. So I'll be watching that with my parents.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Kind of a simple birthday. And then me and my girlfriend will celebrate on Saturday.
Yeah.
Probably a little dinner action.
Where are you finna go?
Haven't decided yet. Tucker's is always like a place I like going on my birthday.
Well, Paulimanos.
Could be a play.
Have you dined there?
Mm-mm. Yet to. Want to.
But it could be a play.
Could be. I haven't ruled anything out.
Citizen Canes could be a play.
Yeah,
Did that for
Andy
her
Guns could be a
birthday
play.
last year. So probably not do that. Just for the sake of variety.
What if
It was
Mizzou,
delicious.
What if Mizzou's playing right at dinner time?
That's a nice question.
Well, we'll cross that bridge if and when we come to it.
I think, Martin, they would play at noon.
Is that
on
the
Saturday?
championship?
That would be the semifinals. So I was telling Martin this before the show started. We're thinking about, we were going to be going spring break week. Spring break week for your family next week? I would imagine for a lot of families, right?
Yes. This year, they almost never match up. Two kids at different schools.
Okay.
My wife's actually in graduate school. She's got class. I'm working, but the kids are off. One kid's going out of town with friends. Carson will be around. He may go with you to Nashville.
Oh, is that right?
Sure. Yeah.
Carson, come on in. So we were going to go possibly back to Jupiter. We love going down there as a family. But we're not going to be doing that. A couple things came up. That's not going to happen. So then we're thinking about going to Hilton Head next week. I have the time off, but might not use it. My wife and our younger son would fly down on Saturday, and then I was talking to her about the possibility of driving down, leaving tomorrow right after the show. My son's only got a half day of school on Friday, then off next week, my older son. And I said, I drive through Nashville. You got to drive through. And I said, I'll leave at noon. Missouri tips off at 6. I probably can make that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You never know what winds up happening traffic-wise.
Yeah.
But, and I'm like, okay, I'll be curious if he's interested in that. He goes, oh, my God, I want to do that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. It'd be a great experience for you guys.
So that's a possibility. Or we might not go and then for spring break, wait, and then take him to wherever Missouri is in the NCAA tournament. However, the sites are not necessarily ideal.
No.
And, it could be Seattle or Providence.
Not ideal.
That's a problem.
Really easy to drive to Seattle.
Not bad. Get back sometime in mid-May.
You guys want to take a guess on hours?
To drive?
Oh, that's a great question.
I do like that question. I'm going to go with 31 and a half.
I'll go with 31 3/4.
Oh, boy. Hold on.
I have both the miles and hours.
I got you.
I'm in the mile camp.
33.
The answer? 31 hours. That's 2,083 miles.
No, we all went over.
So nobody wins the showcase. I mean, how dialed in was I?
But that's driving how fast and stopping.
Assuming speed limit. I mean, this is Google Maps, so they're kind of assuming speed
What about
limit, but no
stopping to
traffic.
stare at the birds?
I figure I can usually average about 50 miles in an hour over the entire trip. That's stopping for gas and a quick bite to eat.
Yeah, possible traffic.
About 50 miles an hour.
Not a big stop guy. When you get, and then the family, you'll experience, Jackson, the family likes to stop. My family hates it because, we're starving. Like, hey, we can make another 100 miles. We're doing great. Like, Carson just wet the back seat, and he's 12.
Yeah.
I need you won't stop the car.
Yeah, you're a real Chevy Chase.
Worsonwood's Wackos issued a response to Mr. Licks again. The only reason Licks knows about the new sim building at Old Warson is because he did the drywall in the building.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's good work.
So
tough.
Now, Doug, you have Martin. You have as well. Would you? 12 hours probably is about the drive. If we stopped in Nashville, spent the night somewhere in the Nashville area, then we'd only have 7 on the way. Would you make that trip? Just me and my boy.
Yeah.
Do you like that play?
Yeah, they get to the Tiger. I'm a big hop in the car guy. And then you get to
I kind of like that too.
Especially when you get kid, you got a lot of stuff, and then you go to the airport with stuff. Oh, I think you get in the car.
Yes, I share this. Okay, this is interesting. I share that.
And then you end up at Hilton. I've never been to Hilton Head.
Yeah.
It's great.
So we're thinking about doing that, but for a couple of reasons. Like I said, and then you're on the other side. If you go, okay, well, let's go see Missouri play in the NCAA tournament. I got to be honest with you. You don't know how long it's going to last. So you got that, and then in addition, if you look at the sites, the 8 sites for the NCAA tournament, The regionals are great.
Yeah.
Atlanta, San Francisco, Newark, but I mean, that's New York.
Right, New York.
And I can't remember what the other one
Phoenix?
is. Atlanta, San Francisco, Newark. I'm crowdsourcing. But
It's another American city.
I believe they are playing in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Indy?
That was in Indianapolis? Okay, and then it goes to San Antonio.
Yeah.
So those are
Stay
those are
with
four
Henshin.
good, could stay with Henshin. But Seattle, Denver, those are wonderful. Denverite would do. We would probably do that one.
Yes.
Cleveland, Milwaukee, Wichita, Lexington, Raleigh, and Providence. I think I rattled
Denver,
off.
too.
Yeah,
You
I
said
mentioned
Denver. Yeah.
Denver,
Sorry, Indianapolis
Denver
is
would
not
go
one.
to. Milwaukee, we would maybe just drive to. And at this point, because Missouri's now dropped out of that top four,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think, and by that I mean top four seeds, and I don't even know if they can win the SEC tournament and get up. Maybe they would.
I don't know.
They beat Mississippi State, Florida, Roll Tide, and War Eagle.
I mean, that would be the best, probably the best run of wins in college basketball this year.
Right.
But I still think that would only get them like a 5, maybe 4.
That strikes me as ridiculous. And that's something I was listening. I love Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve podcast. I think it might be my favorite next to Holly Randall. But she's got this thing now where she's bringing in BBWs and I'm out.
Oh.
Just telling you. And they were talking about it, and I really didn't like it because you know where I am with Lenardi. This guy speaks gospel.
He doesn't. He makes stuff up.
And Van Pelt was going nuts. He goes, I was listening to Joe, and we were talking. And he goes, well, the committee basically has the brackets done on Friday night. He goes, then what are they doing on Saturday and Sunday playing these conference champion
That's my
tournament games?
reasoning. Is like that. It's almost like they're like, we don't want to be we don't want to be bothered with all this new info. We kind of have it all set out.
Well, they probably have to get ahead of it a little bit.
They have all day for hours.
Yeah,
we're not asking them to,
I'm sure they have a bracket ready to go if everything kind of breaks the way they think it's going to go.
Yeah, but this isn't like the imitation game. Like you can just kind of get it going.
No, but if you're one of the very top seeds and you should happen to lose your conference tournament, you're probably still going to be a top seed.
Right. Is anything going to undo your top four seeds right now?
No, not certainly not with Auburn, Duke, and Houston. To me, those three I think are uber.
Which SEC teams in? The
Florida, Bama, is it going to be?
I think
could
Bama's
that be dictated by the SEC tournament?
Maybe I would give the nod to Bama over Florida.
So you got Tennessee as a 2 then.
Yeah.
What about Baylor?
Baylor?
Talk about Baylor. Right now, Lenardi has Missouri taking on Baylor in the first round. Baylor is a 10 seed, Missouri is a 7, and there is Illinois taking on Vanderbilt.
Okay.
Watch out for the Commodores. Yeah, so I would say those like.
So if Missouri did that, it beat at Mississippi State, Florida, Alabama, and War Eagle.
Yeah.
They're a 5 seed. You got to be horse plowing me out here today.
I don't agree with it, but yeah, I think
but I think that could happen, which then shows the ridiculousness of these conference tournaments.
Correct. Yes.
So then I'm sitting there going, okay, if we went to Nashville, they beat Mississippi State, we spend the night there. They're playing Florida at effing noon. I might as well stick around.
Yeah, I would agree there.
Now you're in. Now
That's
you're
the thing.
stuck.
And my wife's not flying down until Saturday.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do?
But then if you left right after that game, are you getting into?
If I stayed in Nashville, I mean, I'm not going to drive more probably out of Nashville. I mean, I get up at 4:30 for this nonsense.
No, I'm saying, but if you were to stay if they were to win and stay for the next game, could you leave that afternoon?
Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody who's driving southeast knows the program. You time it around Atlanta.
ATL, yeah.
That's everything.
Yeah.
And
Why
when
don't you stop
Atlanta,
by the farm on the way?
Oh, you know what?
You can
that
see
isn't
the
a bad
farm.
idea.
Yeah.
Hey,
That actually isn't a bad idea.
Jameson, will you
that
go
might be where I
back?
stay. My guess is there's some extra bedrooms.
Maybe.
It's fine. We're not farming today. Come by.
That's Martin. I got to tell you, that might be the
I
move.
think just for the pictures that I need to see, you need to stop. Fine. Who's playing? Mizzou. Fine.
Where'd you go to school? I went there. Oh yeah. What'd you major in? Why? Great question. I don't have the answer to that one. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you got that design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming your way. That's about an hour from now. And Doug, you're excited to hear about MLB's Hope-O-Meter?
I don't even know what that is, Tim.
Well, you're going to be able to guess what the Athletic rank. Jackson has put this in here a couple days in a row, and when he does that, I know he really wants us to get to it. It's MLB's Hope-O-Meter, ranking fans' optimism in 2025 for all 30 teams.
Okay.
We've got that next on TMA 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union, started by the employees at Anheuser-Busch years ago, it was Eagle Credit Union right across the street from the brewery. It's grown, and now Together Credit Union has 14 area locations. And in 2025, they rolled out something new for you. It's called Empower Checking. And with Empower Checking, you get above market interest on the money that's in your day-to-day checking account. So it's paid to you each month. In that checking account, it rewards you for the balance, not activity. To apply, pretty simple. Visit togethercu.org or go to any of those 14 local St. Louis branches. And the great thing about being a member of a credit union, you are the owner of that particular operation. Like the bank, they own it. The credit union, you own it. And you can work directly with one of their amazing member advocates by stopping by to see them. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Boy, this Jackson's randy today.
I told you.
Real randy.
Love making music.
Your birthday coming up?
You're sitting in a studio on a sports radio station.
But we are, but think of all the people out there.
Oh, you're doing it for the people.
I see.
Trying to. Anytime you can play some Rod Stewart.
This is pre-1980, isn't it? Don't you think so?
Yes.
I don't know the
Tim, I told you the Mike Shannon story.
Mike Shannon, Rod Stewart cross paths?
Yeah, he's on the radio to call in. Randy Naughton and I are hosting. And we say, hey, what have you been doing, Mike, this offseason? You know, hanging out. He goes, I saw that guy, the guy that plays all the hits. We went to the concert. And he's like, who's that guy? And we're like, I'm what? And he said, the entertainer guy that has all the hits. And I was like, Paul McCartney. No. And he's just like scoffing at every guess. Billy Joel? No, not Billy Joel. He's just like berating us with every guess. It turns out it was Rod Stewart. And it was somehow like the texters started. We went through every pop star at the time. Celine Dion, not Celine Dion. And he's like screaming at us. And he goes, yeah, Rod Stewart. He had just seen Rod Stewart in Vegas. And I was like, well, how the hell would I have ever guessed? But he started by saying, yeah, the guy with all the hits. And then you just take it from there.
And you just have to take it from there.
It was your fault that he didn't remember.
He was furious that we couldn't name him. And I said, I'm going to need a few more clues.
Big Irish.
I miss Big Irish.
Mm-hmm. Mount Rushmore of St. Louis storytellers, go.
Oh.
Live or dead? I'm obviously framing it there.
Storytellers.
Because I'm going to put Shannon there.
Big Irish.
Yeah.
Jack Buck probably has got to be.
That's a nice play.
Chaser stories.
That's right. He's on my Mount Rushmore.
He's kind of in that grouping there.
That's right.
You might need to have a seat and have a scotch, but it may take a minute. But Chaser, Jack Buck, Mike Shannon, and Licks. Is that
Mr. Licks?
Not
probably.
Licks. No.
I think Claiborne can tell a hell of a story.
Claves is up there. Recency bias for Licks. I'm sorry. Larry Nickel.
Larry Nickel had a huge phone. Butch Patrick, obviously. Cal May talking about Butch Patrick.
Cal May telling Butch Patrick stories.
That's how you know you're on a heater. Doug, you wanted the MLB Hope-O-Meter?
I didn't really.
Jackson put this early in the dossier, too, the Stiefel dossier, each of the last 2 days, and that's how I know he really wants me to get to it. All right, here's what this thing is.
Okay.
It's a columnist from The Athletic by the name of Stephen J. Nesman, and he does it every year. A lot. Sorry, Baltimore, we have a new number 1. And congratulations, Colorado, we have a new number 30. For the 4th year in a row, we asked our readers a simple question. Are you optimistic about your favorite MLB team in 2025? And sorted your answers into optimism scores for all 30 teams.
No, brother.
Overall, 66% said they were optimistic about their favorite team this year, compared to 64% in 2024, 75% in 2023, and 66% after the 2022 lockout. After combing through the nearly 17,000 responses, I selected 4 that I found representative or funny to include with each team's optimism score. Enjoy this year's Hope-O-Meter. Okay. Doug, who do you think, what fan base has the highest...
It's got to be the Dodgers.
That's correct. 99.7%.
Okay. After that,
I'm going to give you 3 guesses on the next one.
I like this list. I like
the Hope-O-Meter.
This.
So, Jackson, this is a great addition to the Stiefel dossier.
Thank you.
I like this idea, though, like fan bases that are genuinely excited about it, because most fans are...
And you can compare and contrast to see previous seasons to see where people's mindsets were going into years, and we can do that here for... your St. Louis baseball Cardinals.
So the Hope-O-Meter doesn't necessarily mean that... What if you have like a nice fan base that's just always optimistic? Go get them, boys!
That's us, right?
That was St. Louis until about 3 years ago.
I'd say the Cubs fans are probably pretty optimistic. They made some changes.
That is not number 2.
Well, then that's wrong.
They're banty as hell in Chicago,
say,
actually.
Yeah, I think they're a little perturbed right now.
Yes, they are.
It's like the Phillies have a good team, but I feel like their fan base isn't overly optimistic. The New York Mets, the New York Yankees fan base not overly optimistic. So I'm eliminating teams like that.
I think that's smart. I like it. You're like, he can't possibly be on King Queen. Not with that pre-flop action.
exactly. You just crystallized my thoughts. Like Brewer fans are
I mean, he could have pocket sixes. That makes
How
sense.
about Cleveland?
No, I'm sorry.
Darn it.
Red fans are probably excited because they've got Francona, but they're not.
Reds are in the top 10. I was surprised to see that.
I think
They
it's
are
Francona and
number
Ellie De La
8.
Cruz excitement.
Yeah.
Royal fans are probably somewhere in the top half. But you asked for number 2. So you asked number 2, and this is a Hope-O-Meter. He had 17,000.
You're killing time now.
Yes, he is. It's a nice read, Doug. You're calling
Okay.
out the guy's hand, and I like it.
Just trying to understand. It's a tough club, man. There's a really good team. I really don't know. Would be number 2.
Might as well fire something at the
Yankees.
net. No, I'm sorry.
Mets.
No, I'm sorry.
Initials, please.
A.D.
Arundel Dukes.
Diamondbacks.
When did they get in the league?
The Dukes are not actually it. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks at 99.4%.
Wow.
Okay.
Just to let you know how quickly it can change, in 2022, the fan base had 7.5% optimism.
What's the optimism for our Redbirds? They got to be in the lower
Who do you think is dead last?
White
Miami,
Sox.
That's
maybe?
correct. Yeah,
White
once
Sox?
you said it, okay. 29 makes sense. Colorado. So the White Sox 30, Colorado 29, 28.
Marlins.
The Los
maybe?
Angeles Angels.
Okay. Angels. Marlins.
And then your St. Louis baseball Cardinals at 27. The St. Louis Cardinal fan base optimism is at 11.9%.
Yeah.
Cassidy.
That seems a little low because there's a lot of teams that were worse than they were last year.
Well, who else only picked up Michael Hellman?
Cardinal Nation all
What'd the
day.
Pirates do?
The Pirates actually did make a move. The Cardinals just didn't.
Yeah, and they have Skeens.
How about the Nationals? What'd they do?
You're crowdsourcing right now.
Well,
Here
these
is what
teams didn't do
pessimist
much.
Benjamin wrote about
Paul
the
DeYoung
Cardinals.
in.
It's correct. In 2 years since Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols hit the exit, the Cardinals have mastered the Blues' art of losing too much to accomplish anything while winning too much to garner a high draft pick. Opening day in St. Louis hasn't sold out yet. Opening day in St. Louis. That's from pessimist Benjamin. Pessimist Niall writes, they can't even tank properly. That's kind of accurate. Pessimist Charlie writes, the front office promised a rebuild, then didn't deal almost any of our aging talent. Made a tough rebuild year sadder with our fossils. Doug, that's pessimist Charlie.
Necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like
See, how about
Cardinals
that?
fan.
It could have been Marlowe. Pessimist Jackson. There, pessimist Jackson. That's you.
There's a Jackson.
I hate whiny, pessimistic Cardinals fans. We've got it pretty good, all things considered, but I am whiny and pessimistic right now. Was that you, Jackson?
I was not.
Okay.
11.9% optimism. Now, last year it was at 44.1%. That was 20th in baseball. In 2023, and this shows how people became disillusioned, the Hope-O-Meter was at 90.8% for Cardinal fans. That was 11th in baseball. And then you had what happened in 2023. That's where it spiraled.
Okay.
At least they were never the Rockies, who in 2023 had a 1.8% Hope-O-Meter.
Hope-O-Meter.
1.8%.
I mean, they love the
Hope-O-Meter.
Broncos. They love the Avalanche. They got themselves an NBA championship recently.
Yeah.
The Rockies are just like, oh, it's a nice day downtown. They're playing during the day. The Yankees are in town. Let's go drink.
Hey, you want to go Lodo?
That's what they would do.
Lower downtown. That's what they call it. That's the area.
Lake of the Ozarks.
No, Lodo is the...
I'm guessing the Mets might have an optimistic with Soto now.
Let's see. We had one, of course, was the Dodgers.
Yeah.
2, the Diamondbacks. 3, the Rangers. 4, the Mets, Doug.
Okay.
5, and then I'll stop.
Oh, gosh.
I can't do any more.
Cleveland.
No.
No.
What about the Tigers?
Baltimore.
No.
Baltimore.
No.
Darn it.
Not the Red Sox.
No.
They're done a long
Padres.
No.
Darn it. Brewers.
No.
time. Astros.
Darn it.
Astros. No.
Initials.
KCR.
I threw them out there. I put them in the top half. I was way off. Wow.
Kirkwood Community Rockets.
That's correct. The Kirkwood Community Rockets.
Wow.
93.5% optimism. Last year it was at 74.4%. That was 14th in baseball. Optimist Ben writes, 2 words, Bobby Witt. Optimist Jack writes, 3 words, Bobby Witt Jr.
Oh, gosh.
Pessimist Sam writes, regression, regression, regression. The money was not spent to adequately combat said regression. And then Optimist David writes, after the Super Bowl beatdown, championship mojo dumped Patrick Mahomes and went across the parking lot into the waiting arms of Bobby Witt Jr.
I don't know. I'm going to Chicago. Stand up.
I like the Hope-O-Meter.
Yeah, Jackson, the Hope-O-Meter gets approval.
Well, but it solicited feedback as opposed to just sitting down and saying, I'll put Lance Leopold 7th on my list. Just
Thank you.
Torque people
Agreed.
off.
I'm just looking at the poor White Sox. In 2022, they had an 88% optimism, and that has dropped to 4.7% last year, but up 8.7% this year.
You think maybe they're tanking on purpose to go to Nashville?
I don't know.
Meanwhile, the Skipper's going to games in Arizona in the middle of March, scouting.
The idea of needing to justify these reasons to move after what we saw with the Rams, the whole thing, where they just
when you can
bypass their own rules.
When you can point to no attendance with nobody in the stands, that kind of says to the rest of the league, nobody cares about your team.
Yeah, but they also had the worst year ever.
Yeah,
I was watching MLB Network the other night. Dan Plesac said some of the best food was at the White Sox Stadium. And
really?
Yeah, and Amsinger said, what? And he goes, no, I'm telling you, way underrated how good the food is.
Do they do kind of like what Energizer Park does? Did they have Chicago restaurants?
I don't
or do they
know,
actually
but
just
they
do a
were
really nice hot dog?
They were killing time, and I think Amsinger's like, I could always ask Best Fry. And they just said, oh, who's got the best food? And Dan Plesac he said Citi Field was number 1 for food, and then he said number 2, the White Sox. And Amsinger said, what?
So they only finished 51.5 out of first place. So they were 2 wins away from being less than 50 games out of first place.
Right. Skipper took him to the playoffs 2 years or just the first year, and they got beat by the Astros. Yeah. And then the next year left, resigned, whatever.
Well, they were really fired up about the young core they had, like Tim Anderson, Mercedes. What was his name?
Who?
I don't know. He got kind of called out for hitting the grand slam. That was
Abreu was there. Then
but it was like Mercedes something. He was a big fella.
Up in the Twins. They got mad. Weren't they smoking
they were
already?
Smoking
he had it on.
Yes.
By the way, you get a ticket for opening day. Tim, would you like to sit?
Yeah, I'm curious. What is the latest on the card? The Business Journal had that article about opening day. We're, 2 weeks from tomorrow?
I'm in Ticketmaster. Section 111. That's a good section, I believe. That would be down the right field line, but $73 for a seat in section 111, which is right around there.
There are all kinds of seats available, right?
Yeah,
that has not changed?
Yeah, section 109. $73. So it looks like the going rate's like $50 or $70, but they're all in pretty good locations.
I think the one thing that I'm known over what Doug calls my 25-year Hall of Fame career in St. Louis is my optimism, my approach to life being glass half full. So maybe this won't resonate with the audience as well as if somebody who are known to be negative would say it. But had the organization truly gone into rebuild mode as opposed to, I don't even know what this was. This was a failed attempt at a rebuild. And you had the team, even if they didn't necessarily get up into the level of what you would expect the Dodgers, who have a 100.5 as their over-under for wins this year, that level, it would inspire enthusiasm because it gives you what we were just talking about, hope for the future. I think they could have captured the imaginations of Cardinal fans who are yearning to have a reason to cheer. And I think St. Louis area sports fans who in general are kind of, there's one playoff spot available in the Western Conference. The Blues are competing with 3 or 4 teams for it without their MVP this year. And that's what we're caught up in at the moment. Point being, the market was there to be captured if guys like Victor Scott, if guys like McGreevy, and take your pick of any other young player that would get it going, I think it could have really captured the imagination of the fan base. And it's not to say it can't happen. The problem is, though, for a number of those guys, they will either start in Memphis or on the bench because you have guys like Contreras and Arenado and Michaelis and Matz still occupying spots that could be used for younger players to get it going. And so it kind of blocks the progress of said rebuild for players getting opportunities who won't be part of the near or long-term future of the organization. And so therefore, I understand the frustration with the botched rebuild. Even though people, including myself, were surprised or frustrated that Mazzelak got to keep his job after last year, I liked the direction that they indicated they were going, but then they didn't go that direction. And now I do think they tried to, but it still strikes me as odd that they didn't know that they weren't really going to be able to do it when they had that press conference. Like, how do you not know that Contreras is not going to go anywhere? How do you not know that Gray is not going to go anywhere? The Arenado thing, they tried, don't know what to say. I think that's a two-way street there, more so than the Cardinals catching blame on that one. But there was no plan B, and so you sit here on March 12th and you go, my God, this is the same roster, minus a couple of guys.
It was started when we went through it earlier, the bullpen, the starting five, the position. Like, wait a minute. Ciani, yep. Newbar, yep. Similar. What do you got, Jackie? I thought you were going to play a clip.
He's wrapping us
you were
up.
doing the wrap. Right?
I'm sorry I didn't see it. No, I told Jackson to give me the sign if we're behind.
He kind of had a twister hitting the ceiling.
I don't want it to be like, I don't want to be Chick Hearn and like give you the fist like in winning time.
Chick Hearn is known as a guy fisting people? I thought that was Kyle Loesch and Skip Schumacher.
All can be considered, but yeah, in winning time when Chick Hearn would want his color commentators stop talking.
And that was Pat Riley, played by Adrian Brody, who talked too long at the Academy Awards, did he not? How ironic, isn't it, Doug?
Yes, he needed Chick Hearn to give him the old fist.
Yeah. So you were trying to be subtle, but Timmy was doing kind of like a tornado whirly bird up to the ceiling. And I was watching.
What do you think is like? Is the break thing like going that? I don't know. I don't like that.
No, I like that. This is the move. Yeah. I always feel like when we're doing an interview, if you're watching on YouTube, I imagine people can see when I like go to Martin or Doug. Like, do you have a question so we don't step on each other?
Right.
You know.
And if I ask a bad question, Tim just gives me the finger. That's what I do.
It's the way that things were running this operation. Martin, you
know, part of onboarding today is actually lining up some special events and moments for Jackson.
Paper's
I'm excited about the birthday show.
Awesome.
I'm going to go work on the birthday show.
I can't wait. I'm fired up.
Larry Bird joins us. Dennis Gates is back.
Same time.
Rescind the scholarship and save the season.
Should we bring a cake?
Yeah.
No, please no. I don't like cake.
Okay. Jackson doesn't like cake or
you don't
dogs,
like cake?
Doug?
No. But you do like quiche.
I like quiche.
You like cupcakes?
I like cupcakes.
You like cats?
I don't.
I'll bring in a cat.
I was
going to bring in a cupcake. Now I'll bring in a cat.
I don't dislike cats, but just pets in general I'm kind of out on.
What kind of an American are you?
All right. Loves quiche, hates
Doesn't
pets.
like dogs.
If I were really creative.
Loves the NBA, hates hockey. I was trying to encourage the Texans.
I would get you a hockey sweater, and it would be a Petro Oilers sweater.
That'd be great.
You would wear that around.
That'd be the only one in America.
The customizer would be like, what the hell is this?
Martin Kilcoyne is leaving to work on the Jackson Burkett birthday extravaganza guests.
I got it. It's off to a good start.
Oh, is that right?
I'm fired up.
We'll be back for the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Blues will be back in action tomorrow evening as they take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Jackson's too randy now. Now I think he's too randy.
I'm flaccid.
They block out chains and whips?
This is the super clean version, the 101 version.
When 101 plays Rihanna?
Yeah. The words there were chains and whips, Doug.
Yeah, how are you going to explain that to your kids?
I simply can't. I have
don't
no
wear
words.
leather.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:50. Jackson's coming off the momentum from the Hope-O-Meter.
Yeah, I felt good about that.
Yeah, that's got to feel.
Did you like that little segment?
That's got to feel.
Yeah, now you're belittling it with that little segment.
No, I'm not. Wouldn't ever do such a thing.
Saw Darren Pang taking a picture last night with Buffalo Sabres broadcaster Rob Ray, the one who was ice-side and hit by a puck for the second time this year. And are you going to Rob Ray or are you going to the Mariners? Which one are you going to?
Mariners.
I saw you were leaning in, so I didn't want to call for the wrong audio. Doug, it's not just a problem in hockey. It's also a problem in baseball. Here's Mariner broadcaster Rick. How do I pronounce his last name?
Riz?
It's Riz. I thought it might be Rizza, and you had an auto correct.
No, I think I copy and
R-I-Z-Z-S?
I copy and pasted that from a tweet from, I think, Awful Announcing. So,
all right, take a listen.
Okay.
Back-to-back guys also double R's, Rob Ray.
Just hit the lever, pal.
Well, I think that's important to know. Jeez. All right, here you go.
On Hoskins. Now the set by Vargas. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Did it get you?
Oh, man.
Did it get you?
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll come back. We'll come back right after this.
Folks, I want to let you know that, took a pretty good shot back in my head with a foul ball up here in the radio booth. But I'm sore, but I'm okay. Here's the next offer. Swinging a foul back at the count 0-2. I'm getting a lot of texts from my friends. And I just want to let you know I'm okay. I got a good size bump on my head, but I'm going to be okay.
Oh, boy, they knew immediately they were in trouble, too.
They sound like it got them
firing back
I have a feeling you want to hear it one more time.
Yes, I do. The beginning, at least.
Yeah.
Hi, Vargas. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Did it get you?
Got on him quick.
I was praying he was okay so that we could play this audio. And because I wanted to be okay. I wanted to be no seriousness.
They knew within a half second that they were in real trouble.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Did it get you?
Oh, I don't know why I find that so funny. Someone got hurt. It's surprising that you can't at least get out of the way of a foul ball. I'm not saying catch it. I'm saying just duck one way or the other.
I agree with the overall premise. What I think happens is you're probably not really all that dialed in. Whereas Rob Ray,
right,
you can be dialed in, but I mean, what are you going to do if a puck comes flying at your eyesight? In baseball, you're sitting there, you're BSing, you can be looking around, texting, and here it comes, and we got a problem.
Was there video that accompanied that?
I don't believe so.
Because it said it got him in the back of the head. I wonder where they were sitting.
Just imagine these old guys diving for their lives.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
I got to play the John Sterling one more time. Something similar happened to him a year or two ago.
The 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here. Ow! It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once.
Oh. These guys need gloves.
One of the greatest laughs in all broadcasts. They had some diddles the piddles. The amount of humor Doug gets from these is legendary. That's from the St. Louis boy dad.
I don't mean to laugh at their misfortune.
Doug's laughter is better than the actual accident. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson.
No.
I love Dougie Giggles. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood. And what is the smell that she likes? That's from the 618.
I don't mean to laugh at someone's misfortune or injury. It just seems funny. I can just imagine them all diving for their lives. Those balls that come straight back, they're hard to judge.
They're spinning. They're spinning.
They're spinning, and they got a downward arc to them, and you don't know if it's going to go below or high. Maybe one more time, Jackson, please.
All right. Here we go.
Now the set by Vargas. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Did it get you?
It's the grunting and the groaning.
Sounds like a gargle for a second. Sounds like he was choking.
Not that funny. Not that funny.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that tweet come out, and I was like, A, I hope he's okay, because I hope he's okay. You know, he's a human being. But also, I really want to play this on the show, and if he got, really hurt, I can't play it.
Yeah.
So he continued the warrior for continuing the broadcast.
How close do they have to be before they can't get out of the way?
Yeah. Back of the head is a good point, Sherman. I wonder how it would have struck him in the back of the head.
Unless he, turned to dodge.
Back into the left.
Yeah. But that thing got on him like a missile. It's not like they were in the on-deck circle.
Yeah.
Was it Encarnacion that took the foul ball?
That wasn't funny, that one.
That one was brutal.
Doug's laugh gives me an erection, but then everything Doug does gives me an erection. That's from Engine Joe's Cave, right? Isn't that great that you have that effect on?
No, not really.
Gentleman in his 60s who sells real estate. Isn't that nice to know? That what you do here.
No.
And that what happened in Arizona at a Mariners spring training game, this guy's driving around going to sell a house in Arnold. Now
he's got tuck.
No. It's just the grunting and the groaning and the diving to get out of the way.
Right,
That's what's funny.
One last time.
Now the set by Vargas. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Did it get you?
The Seattle Strangler was getting him.
Oh, gosh.
Three, two, swung on a pop foul back here. Ow! Ow! Ow!
And the whining that goes with it.
The whining.
Ow! Ow!
That was sterling.
Oh, that's good.
He was very old when that happened. That was concerning.
Maybe don't play that again.
I won't. Save it for drops of the week.
It's a drop of the week waiting to happen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug is going to recover here during the break. He's going to have a big bounce back.
Okay,
send your emails in. The designer heating and cooling email today. That's coming your way at 10:50. This is TMA 101 ESPN. I bet a lot of you have been out there the last few days just enjoying the glorious weather in the St. Louis area. And then you think to yourself, boy, wouldn't it be nice if we did this with our outdoor living space? Yes, it would. And where are you going to go? Here, I got the answer. AestheticDesignAndBuild.com. That's Aesthetic Design and Build with a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Dan and his team, I've gotten to know them. They come to my house, as a matter of fact. I've been to their showroom, and they can customize so many different types of outdoor living space work for you and your home. They're capable of doing everything from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with a retractable screen. They really do have answers for it all. Give them a call at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. Or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. Make a wish. Doug, this is what we're going to sing to Jackson tomorrow on his birthday.
All right.
I'll Make Love to You by Boyz II Men.
Oh. I'm not singing that to him.
I cleared it with HR.
Yeah, it's cool.
All right.
Listen, that'll be great.
Don't want a lawsuit.
You guys do the morning show on 101 ESPN? Yeah, perfect. We were going to suggest it. Good to hear we're on the same page.
Consultants love it.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Doug has recovered during the commercial break, but Jackson,
for the most part.
A number of people texting into the Air Comfort Service text line wanting to see if you could send them the video. Is the video, can we send that out via the TMA STL Twitter account, Instagram?
The video of what? Doug
The guy's
laughing?
getting hit.
Or the guy getting hit. Probably some people would love to see Doug laughing as well.
No.
But
I don't know if there is video along with the Mariners.
So that was a radio broadcast?
I think it was a radio broadcast. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here.
All right.
If they want to see Doug laughing, it's already on the TMA STL Instagram.
Wow. Is that right? That's a quick turnaround, Chairman.
Oh, yeah.
Man, he doesn't play around.
These hands work quick, Doug. You know that.
Yeah, this looks like it was just on radio. Apologies to the folks out there. I'd love to see it too.
TMA_STL on Instagram. Have I been invited to be a collaborator?
I did not, but I can do a quick edit.
Yeah, I can
the guy's name is Rick, Rizzs.
Wow, that is a unique name, isn't it?
It really is.
Do you have a problem with 3 consonants in a row?
I do.
Big problem.
Yeah.
It's like it got shortened from something else, maybe.
Yeah, it seems like it might be like a stage name even.
So you're saying he's not proud of his ethnicity? That's what you're saying?
I'm not, yeah, you know what? I am saying that.
Are you really?
For the first time, I'm going to be bold.
I didn't know you'd say that.
Now that you're almost 27, you know what? Here I go.
Yeah.
I'm going to say what I really want to say.
That's right.
So what does this guy really think about hockey? Wait till tomorrow.
Yeah. Maybe I've been slow playing you, and I'm really Peter Puck all along.
Filter's gone now, isn't it? Get a little older.
You're going to have to get your teeth checked up now that you're 27, Jackson. You go to 100 West Dental to do that. You don't even need to call, and that's wonderful. You just go to their website, 100westdental.com, and check the calendar online for availability, and you book right then and there. You're working with Dr. Brandon Pryor. And will you be sideways with him if Missouri has to play Tennessee in the SEC tournament, or even worse, in the NCAA tournament? It's inevitable that an SEC team is probably going to be playing an SEC team in the round of 32. I wonder if you could bet that.
Oh,
And would you bet it if you could bet it?
But they'd probably be major, like minus 180.
Really? You think so?
Well, if you're going to have 12 teams,
there.
if you have 12 teams in
What
there.
about a Big Ten team playing a Big Ten team? Stanford Steve says he is bullish on multiple Big Ten teams in the NCAA tournament's Final Four.
Probably Maryland.
He likes Maryland in there?
Maryland.
Maybe. Michigan State.
I would think Michigan State.
Yeah. Wisconsin.
You know who I'm bullish on, and they wear orange.
Clemson.
They're not in the Big Ten.
Oh. Well, I thought it was just in general.
They're a local team.
Oh, Illinois. Illinois.
Dillinois.
Maybe
Illinois. What are you saying?
I don't know.
Illinois.
I don't understand this talk.
It's whale. Whala.
Whala.
Hartford Whalers. Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100westdental.com, 636-585-0100. Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100 West Dental. Update on bracketology since last night.
Yeah, I think he does that one every day. Even though.
But Missouri's matchup's different now.
There were some games played last night.
I know, but not involving either one of these teams. Doug?
Missouri is 7 in Cleveland taking on Whaley.
And Illinois is still a 6. In Milwaukee taking on Vanderbilt.
Okay.
And all it's going to take is 2 wins from Illinois and 2 wins from Missouri, and they will meet in the Sweet 16 for the right to take on War Damn Eagle.
Who's Mizzou going to play in the second round?
Tommy Izzo.
Tommy Izzo.
Tommy Izzo.
Or Bryant.
Bryant is the 15 seed.
Yeah. Who was mislocaled last night on the broadcast. They were saying that Bryant's in Providence, but it's in Smithfield.
You could give me 50 guesses, and I couldn't tell you where Bryant is.
It's in Smithfield.
Smithfield what? Massachusetts? Rhode Island?
Smithfield what is a good question,
So you're the
Tim.
one who brings it up,
Smithfield.
saying they were mislocaled,
Smithfield,
and
Rhode
then you didn't
Island.
know.
Smithfield, Rhode Island.
Oh, it looks like I shipped it.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep.
Okay, never heard of it.
Well, they're going to take on Tommy Izzo.
Guys, the Big Ten hasn't won the Natty since Bill Clinton was president. It's overrated. Thanks. That's sniffing holes.
Is that true?
What team from the Big Ten won the NCAA tournament during the Clinton administration?
Was it Michigan or Indiana? Michigan State?
What was it, Michigan with the, no? Yeah.
I think it would have been Michigan State with Mateen Cleaves.
Yeah,
right?
would that be
2000?
Izzo's only...
And Clinton was in office, yes.
Yeah.
I think that would be
Izzo's only championship. That makes sense. Is that really the last time a Big Ten team has won? I mean, Wisconsin's gone.
Illinois was in the finals in 05.
So was
Sean May got him.
Purdue was in the finals. They didn't win. Yeah, maybe maybe that's right.
Michigan against Louisville.
Yeah. Yeah, Louisville won that one.
Yeah. Wow, that's
shocking.
That's a hell of a stat.
Yeah, they've been
that just
there.
shows the value of sniffing holes, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
more than one reason.
What about the SIUE Cougars?
They
I don't know
got
how many shows in town had the head coach on yesterday.
Mm-hmm. We did.
That's right.
They're taking on Southern in one of the first 4 matchups.
Yep. And then, if they are to win that,
they would take on War Eagle.
Yep.
Oh, brother.
So they are no longer taking on Duke. They're taking on Bruce Pearl.
Well, we're just guessing, though. He's guessing.
Boy.
We just don't know.
On Sunday at about 5:24, when it's announced that Missouri is taking on Baylor in Cleveland, might be nice of you to send out a tweet to Joe Lenardi and apologize.
No, I don't have to.
Sorry, Mr. Joe.
He's already been wrong all the while leading up to this, right? Almost every day he comes out with something and then changes it. So he's been wrong so far.
Chairman's Kurt Incy game is on Fleek. Thanks. That's from Doug's Prison Wall, the TMA social media correspondent.
It's on Fleet? Did you say?
Yeah. Fleetwood Mac.
Yes, correct. Mount Rushmore Fleetwood Mac songs go.
No.
Because Landslide's not just Stevie Nicks. That's Fleetwood Mac, right?
Oh, that's correct.
That's
Rooms on Fire, Stevie Nicks, but written by Prince. Think about that.
Oh, wow.
Manic Monday, the Bangles, but written by Prince. Think about that.
Okay. It's a lot to think about.
Landslides is 1 and 1.
Before While My Guitar Gently Weeps, not a Prince song, but became known for Prince's guitar solo. Think about that.
Boy.
Okay.
Doug,
I've bought you enough time now to give your Mount Rushmore of Fleetwood Mac songs, and they are what?
Landslide, Dreams.
Go Your Own Way.
Go Your Own Way. Kurt.
Little Lies.
Little Lies.
But what about when Stevie Nicks eye-pounds Lindsey Buckingham during Silver Springs in 1997 as she sings him the song she wrote about him? I mean, that's like the opposite of Twitter. It's actual confrontation with two people with money.
Ron and Stephen A., as was discussed earlier.
Well, I mean, one guy confronted another guy, and then another guy 3 days later talked smack about the other.
Yeah, and that other guy is 6'8", 260 pounds.
That's right. That's right.
Well, you can talk smack in your new kitchen, done by Collier and Thompson. That's your go-to source for every design consideration.
Smack talking kitchen.
Yeah. You only do remodeling jobs maybe once or twice if you're in your home for a long time. So you're going to do it right. And Collier and Thompson has been doing it right since the 1950s. More than 70 years in business right here in St. Louis. Their employees have a combined more than 165 years of experience. And the owners, Bob Stride and Carolyn Beard, they know how to get it done. They've been doing it for a long time now. This is the best place in town to go. They're not the most expensive. They won't be the cheapest, but they'll be right there in that sweet spot where you are getting true quality and getting it done by the best pros in town St. Louis has to offer. Most everything Collier and Thompson does is in-house. It's a one-stop shop. You don't need to go to 5 or 6 different places for one room remodel. Countertops, appliances, lighting, flooring, hardware, plumbing. It's all right there in-house. Collier and Thompson handles it all. And the big thing is you can trust Collier and Thompson. It's hard to know who to trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to finish the work, who's going to show up on time. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available to you. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they produce. They will turn in an outstanding kitchen where you can do all the smack talking you want. Or if you want to do a bedroom, a bathroom, you want to redo your basement, they do it all. Anywhere in your house, they can make it look spectacular. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CollierandThompson.com.
There it is, Collier and Thompson. I've done business with them. Doug's done business with them. They're the sponsor of the phone lines, but the listeners are not happy in the text line, and they're not happy with Jackson ignoring the chain.
The chain? Like move the chains?
I don't know what that, I don't know.
All the chains. It's a deep cut reference.
The Chain, hello, was that the name of a Fleetwood Mac song?
That makes sense. Well, it's my list, so sorry. Make up your own damn list.
Oh, this guy, I'll tell you, now that he's almost 27.
Yeah.
Starting to get sassy.
Yeah.
I'm really feeling myself.
Ha! You kids, the best Fleetwood Mac song is Hypnotized. Play it and see that I'm right. That's from Hal in Hillsboro.
Okay.
Thanks, Hal.
Think Hal is real or you think that's a character?
The best
Hal's
song
an
is
old man name,
the best
by the
song
way.
is the one that you like
What
the
if
most?
he really is an older gentleman and now you just like
Well, then I was correct, right?
Is HAL short for something?
It was that was the robot in 2001: Space Odyssey.
Well, that wasn't my question. I said, is HAL short for something?
Harold?
I think that'd be right,
That's probably
Chairman.
it, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
All right.
Having a big day.
You're having a huge hour, that's for sure.
Jackson is excited for his birthday. He's going home to listen to I Think We're Alone Now by Tiffany while watching the 2012 NBA Finals with a bottle of lotion and cheese puffs.
Oh, is that Spurs? Heat?
I've got Spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
How do I know that's not the case? That, of course, was 2013 with Shuttlesworth from the corner.
Oh, so then Thunder Heat?
That's right.
Yeah, LeBron's first title.
Doug, was that LeBron's?
Yeah, because 11 was the
track.
Mavs, and they beat the Heat, which was one of the bigger upsets in recent history. Yeah.
So you will be watching
12,
it.
then 13 was the Spurs, then 14 also Spurs? And Spurs won in 14. Kawhi Leonard, Finals MVP. All right.
Jackson's now having a conversation with himself for
We
his
got a break.
birthday.
He's trying to break it down. Yeah.
1040 in St. Louis. This is TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Cardinals and Mets today. Miles Michaelis on the mound. Doug, here's your lineup.
Okay, like to hear.
Mason Wynn, Brendan Donovan, Lars Nootbaar, Nolan Arenado, Alec Burleson, Nolan Gorman, Pedro Paez, Victor Scott, and Michael Ciani. Scott in center, Ciani in right, and then Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals in today's festivities against the New York Mets. There you go, Cardinals and Mets. The Cardinals have reassigned friend of the program J.J. Weatherholt to the minor league camp. That is not really surprising, but he was up there to get major league experience, and he did so in spring training. Got himself a home run as well, and probably the biggest thrill for him this spring was joining us for 15 minutes.
No doubt. Yeah.
On 101 ESPN. And
that was his wow moment. I'm in the big time.
Like, okay, this is real now.
Yeah.
This is real. I'm sitting with three guys who've done local television and radio in St. Louis. I have, there's Clooney, Pitt, and Damon in Ocean's 11, and then there's this moment.
I just hope he wasn't too intimidated.
I felt like he was comfortable with us for a rookie.
Yeah.
If he'd been in the league 5 years, like, oh, this guy's intimidated. He's got to get over it.
Because some of them just wilt in our presence. A lot of them just can't take it.
Yeah, they're like, wow, these guys are stars. Email in, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email that is coming next. This is 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Patriot League Championship tonight. Navy taking on the American Eagles right here on 101 ESPN. That tips off at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Loyal sponsors on this program, and we are grateful for their support, and that includes Mentality. If you're experiencing low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, that could be a symptom of low testosterone. Get checked out at Mentality. That's what I did. Super easy, in and out within 20 minutes, friendly staff. And then you not only get an idea of where you are in your testosterone levels, also your free testosterone levels. That's what Mentality focuses on. Many doctors overlook that. And that ensures your treatment is tailored to your body. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Doug, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling.
Okay, I guess I'm ready for it. Hopefully some good ones.
I had my fingers so deep in his pork loin printer that I couldn't tell if it was his gerbil or his colon that was depositing morsels of love into my hand. I pull my fingies out slowly, like the USB-C rechargeable vibrating bead set that Zane recently reviewed on Men's Health. Quote, the smooth and supple vibrations make it more pleasurable compared to their much less expensive competitor, the beaded Vaughn.
There hadn't been a sentence yet that made sense from this one.
Which drives pleasure directly into your prostate like a little newsman during sweeps week. Zane said in his review, which also featured a Sexplanet article where a malnourished board operator was open-mouth kissed by a sweaty girdle-wearing wino after chipping it to within 2 feet for double bogey. And now he feels tingles in his panty while he urinates in his family's kitchen sink.
Okay.
Less haste, Doug, more waste. That's from Jimmy Stronglegs.
That felt like Deke Dotem just snuck in there.
That's the filtered file.
Jimmy Stronglegs.
Great show today. None better than TPM, Tim Perfect McKernan.
Oh.
But something even more profound happened yesterday. Great show today. None better than TPM, Tim Perfect McKernan. I don't know what I'm reading.
It's supposed to be running around.
Yeah, it's like row, row, row your boat. You start, and then I'll start like 3 seconds later. But something even more profound happened yesterday. After a morning of passive income rolling in, I needed some me time. So I threw on a cashmere quarter zip, slipped into my $600 sneakers, and took the Bentley to Belle Reve. I wasn't there to golf. I have people for that. This guy has people to golf for.
Golf for him. That'd be nice.
Just sipping an old-fashioned on the terrace when I saw him. Khaki smoke show. Strong, calculated man who could bench press me and my stock portfolio, holding a driver like a weapon, forearms flexed, knees buckled. I had to shoot my shot. That club would look even better resting in my bag. A smirk, a whisper I couldn't hear, and then gone. Some say he left through the locker room. Others say he simply ascended. All I know is I left Belle Reve with a shattered soul, an aching desire, and a 13-inch rip in my very being.
No, we don't need this.
Doug's Ole.
We don't need this.
It's from the Springfield Mud Tosser.
Springfield Mud Tosser.
Happy birthday, Jackson. I hope you get to stay in a very nice cabin with as many young men as your heart desires. But seriously, I hope it's a good one. P.S. Hey, Doug, I have a cabin rented this weekend for me and you. If you bring a cucumber, I'll bring a good time. That's from Marcia's Burner.
Oh, I don't like that. Marcia's Burner.
So this is the show, huh? It's like you all forgot your meds today as your collective ADHD was distracted by a random text about Tiger Woods, which caused you guys to spend 20 minutes discussing disgraced athletes. Don't get me wrong, it was an interesting conversation, but you guys ultimately settled on a final answer of world-renowned athlete, Kevin Spacey. Brilliant. This show is so bad that only the very top of Martin's shiny forehead was visible on his YouTube camera for the first 10 minutes, and no one seemed to notice or even care. By the way, Timberfake definitely belongs on that list of tainted sports heroes. He briefly dominated the local AM radio boxing scene, but he let the $5,000 payday go to his head. It's true, more money, more problems. By the way, if anyone needs me, I'll be on my back porch blankly staring into the distance, hoping for a few birds to keep me company.
That's what I did.
Before my family inevitably ships my old ass off to the Gatesworth. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And this email starts the exact same way. So this is the show, huh? I get it. You need to fill 4 hours on a sports talk station in a market where the baseball team is on autopilot with coordinates set for mediocrity. The hockey team is still technically in the postseason hunt, but real ones know they're probably going nowhere with their top defensemen out. The local college hoops teams are off until Thursday. So we talking about quiche? Okay, I guess we can kill 15 minutes by ranking Mount Rushmore of TV theme songs again. It's a real treat for the YouTube audience who hear extended stretches of dead air since Libby Jack has the aux off. Personally, I think Cheers is George Washington, Sopranos is Abe Lincoln, the A-Team is Thomas Jefferson, and DuckTales is the fourth guy Doug isn't sure about. It was Teddy Roosevelt. You were surprised to hear he's on?
Yeah, I'd forgotten that he was on there.
I know a lot about guys who have effed up their lives more than the golfer who only won 11 tournaments, including the Masters, after his fall from grace, and it's great. How's Joe Paterno? We got to bring that back? How about that whole deal? Mount Rushmore of guys who effed up more than Tiger that y'all neglected to mention. P. Diddy, R. Kelly, Kanye West, and that cell phone salesman who got hit by a bolt of lightning and decided to set $1 million on fire for the privilege of getting into the glamorous world of local AM radio, immediately running off the most popular show on the station only to replace it with a guy who once got cucked by Hulk Hogan, poaching said popular show's high-usage pervert to be the executive producer of an AM station, marketing exclusively towards women and making a total ass of himself at a press conference exactly 12 years ago this Friday.
Really?
It's from Buck Swope. And Doug, that's what we have.
That's from Buck Swope.
For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the question that you have to answer is what you got.
Buck Swope had a nice little email, but I was touched and moved by a phrase I'd never heard before. That is pork loin printer. And so I'm going to vote for Jimmy Stronglegs.
Yeah, it's Jimmy's world.
Wow, Jimmy Stronglegs has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today for the term pork loin printer.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Jimmy Stronglegs. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Miss anything, go back and watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel or by podcasting on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Doug the Selvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.